main points for this race when it comes to the race start. First off, I guess, thanks everyone for showing up. It'll be a good day. Hopefully it'll be better than an improvement over Daytona, which will be anticipated and expected, and that's what we're looking at and everything within race control. So for the race start, when we're pacing, we will no longer be switching sides for the GT3s, and pacing does not require to be single file. It's kind of, we're leaving it up to you guys on what you want to do. Once you get to the end of the back straight, we want you to form up and go 2x2. And then the race start zone is the end of the tire barriers at pit entrance, which corresponds pretty close to right underneath the bridge at pit entrance for those who have those turned on. A few reminders on the race start as well. Make sure that you stay on your side of the track, of whatever side, the left side or the right side, until after turn 1. Also, no 3 wide unless there's an obvious issue with the car until after turn 1. Any questions so far on that? The main change on that was just the pacing and the switching sides. Other than that, it's the same as Daytona. So, race restart. We changed the staging areas. Obviously, as you guys can see, the 2 classes are closer to each other and you have more lap to be able to go through. The next thing that we'll have to do, once the last car in the P2 class starts rolling, whoever's a leader in GT3 at the time, you can start moving and roll away at the same time. And then also make sure that you close up the gap to the P2 class. There's not going to be any gap between classes. It'll just be one long train. Also, when you've caught the pacing line and your pacing and gaps kind of form, it's just natural when you're pacing. We recommend not going more than 1 1/4 the pace speed. So if, for instance, pace speed is 125 or 100 kph, don't go more than 125 to close up gaps. Any questions for that so far?
I have a question. So you said to close the gap between P2 and the GT3 field for race restart, right?
Correct.
Okay, so for the official start, though, we are still keeping that 20-second gap?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Yep. Pace speed is same as Daytona, so 127 kph, 80 miles an hour. When you get a wave by and when you're catching the field on a wave by, make sure you're doing it close to race speed. For the full course yellows, reminder that the staging area is on driver's right, which you guys are all there right now. You guys just make sure you guys leave more space between you and the cars ahead of you. Just that way, when you're pulling out, it makes it easier to pull out. For the 2 wave bys, you're gonna get a first wave by if your class leader is behind you in the staging area. In the second wave by, you're gonna get one if you're 1 or more laps down. So we really want to advise teams to know ahead of time if you're going to be getting one and anticipate race control giving you your wave by. And we're going to be doing it in order. So we're going to work from the front of the staging area to the back. So if we're coming closer to you and you know that you're going to be getting a staging area, get ready to go. That way it'll go quicker. And don't rely solely on us telling you guys what needs to be done. When we go in for the first wave around, if you choose not to pit, which is fine under the caution, once you cross pit road entry, you can go ahead and accelerate to race speed when you're on the track and accelerate back to the staging area. The only time you really need to be going at pace speed is when you go from the staging area to pit entry on the first time around when we open the pits, and then also from the staging area to the race restart. Those are the only times we want you at pace speed. As far as the leader, whoever's leading the train needs to be at pace speed, which is going to be the overall leader in P2. But everybody else, you're just going to be, close up gaps that you have, catch the gap if you're doing wave bys, anything like that. And then the final reminder for restarts is once you are exiting the final corner, that's when you want to accelerate to get back to race speed.
All right, good luck, Pat. Gonna keep the air clear for the next couple minutes so that way Patrick can get some good quality times in. Focus. You were blinking there for a minute, Pat. Everything okay on your end?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I didn't see anything.
Might have been my connection. My ping is a little higher.
Me too, but
You're perfect distance right now. Nope. Back off, back off, back off. Okay, you jumped the gun on that. Should be fine. Go for it. Clear on the inside. Should I watch rearward?
I mean, I'm watching the front bit, so
Yeah, I'm looking back.
what's this Porsche?
Inside. You good? Run it. Guy behind you is barely keeping up with you, so just keep going. I'll keep my eye on him. Yeah, you got two guys behind you, and the guys behind them are already major gap, so not a whole lot of pressure behind.
just a bunch of Porsches.
I'd hope, considering they're half the frickin' GT3 field. Yeah, besides Porsche directly behind you, you don't have a whole lot of pressure at all, so you're good to keep running, focus forward.
Ooh, the Porsche hit the wall.
Oh shit. He's still in it.
Yeah, but he's gonna definitely knock that alignment off.
Oh yeah. Say you got wheel damage. Doesn't help him.
I'm just pussyfooting it through one for a couple laps.
Yeah.
Scared of that.
And we're not going to win it in the first hour, so.
Yeah.
Certainly.
But if
lose
you can
it,
stay
though.
with the pack, then
Right. Yeah, I mean, we're doing just fine right now. Still holding down top 10, just kind of chilling, letting the race start coming to us. I'm surprised we qualified ahead of Riddle Rocket. He's going. He's inside.
that was a dive bomb.
Yeah, Jesus. Wasn't really expecting that.
That was definitely a late
Isn't
move, but it
that-
was fair.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the thing about going wide there is that you do leave that open. Oh well, shake it off. We've got a long race ahead of us. Their luck, he's going to do that. He's going to keep racing that hard, and he's going to find that wall at sunset again and not come back from it this time. You got a big gap to the guy behind, so you don't have any pressure on you. Yeah, I'm surprised we qualified ahead of Riddle Rocket, because those guys were fast in practice.
Looks like it's getting pretty racy up there.
It's getting racy pretty behind you, too. The two guys
Yeah.
behind you are already duking it out.
And P2s are
You let
starting
them
to
fight
catch
each
the
other,
back
you'll
of the
win.
field.
Good to know.
I mean, they're still about 30 seconds off you almost, maybe 25. But it's only a couple laps, really.
I'm gonna go look at the nearest P2s. Ooh, watch out.
Nice.
Jesus.
I'm gonna go look for the nearest P2s.
Have we talked about incident count?
Don't get incidents.
I thought there was a high incident limit.
It's 50
Yeah.
to the first
Yeah, I don't
drive.
think it'll really come into play, I don't think.
Not in the start, but honestly, if we can keep it clean, which I think this kind of field will allow us to, we should be okay.
Alright. I just know we got way more than 100 at Daytona.
Right.
That's because you could.
There
get
wasn't
it
a
pretty
there
easily
wasn't a
posted
limit.
up.
Yeah. But I mean,
here
that
there's-
was.
There's not really many like good off tracks here.
I was just saying that we got kind of screwed around with a lot.
Patrick's like, there isn't really a chance for me to take advantage of the off tracks this time, so nah.
Unfortunately.
Yeah, don't beat yourself up if you take a couple off tracks or something along the way. Just, you know, we only have 50 to play with until we get a drive-through for it. We don't get disqualified at all, but we do get 20 after that every time we'll get another drive-through. So we'll try not to lean into those.
Yeah.
I feel like 50 is a pretty reasonable number for a 12-hour event.
Oh yeah. I think we ended up with like 48 in Bathurst.
Oh man, they are fighting tooth and nail behind you, dude. You have a big gap to run away with. Whatever you do, do not let the guys behind you catch up, because they are getting feisty back there.
Yeah, I'm
the
just
P2s are
following the
coming up.
72.
Right.
I'll let the
Oh
72
shit,
do
they
this
just
thing.
got into it.
Oh yeah, that's a kind of a cluster.
Yeah, you have no pressure behind. Just focus forward.
Alright, so a P2 might catch you coming out of the hairpin.
Yep. Yeah, you got two coming.
And 4.
I think you still got some extra time.
Yeah, it'll be like probably.
It's going to
just
be
before the
approaching
next-
this next corner.
Yeah.
Here they come. Okay, you're the next car up. He's waiting. You're good. Well executed. Good job, Pat. Now the real spice begins.
Yeah.
Okay, you got one coming.
Ain't a lot of black flags.
Taking you here. And another. Okay, and then you got 2 that should take you here.
Man, that's a lot of black flags.
Yeah.
Holy crap.
Oh, P2
Oh.
hit the wall on the left.
Okay, you got a train of P2s coming.
Yeah.
Let's track out. He'll probably go on the inside. 2 coming.
They're racing.
Get clear.
I'll stay here until the P2 field gets through,
Okay.
and then I'll hop away for maybe 10 minutes.
Do what you gotta do, man.
Always do.
All right, you got a 4 P2 train coming your way, and they are feisty. You clear? Just take your line. Clear. Here the rest come. I mean, it's hell out there, but these guys are keeping it clean.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think that's all of them. Yeah. Probably.
This is your chance.
It's only up to P11.
But that was only P11. Porsche?
For P2s.
Oh, so we still have like 8 more.
Hold on, let him focus.
Oh, he's racing.
Oh yeah.
I'm
This
just
guy's not.
letting him know.
Yeah. This guy's not gonna give it up. But hey, you know, you let them know you're there still. Those guys, I think, are new off of the reserve list, so I think they still need to get their feet wet with how this league's gonna run. 'Cause they are racing way too aggressive right now. It's fine. We'll just watch out for them and let themselves make the mistakes. You know what I mean?
Emil Yagizoglu. That's his name.
Same. Okay, you got 2 P2s coming. I don't think this other one's gonna catch you before the next corner. So just run it. Just try, you're pinching. You're good. He's waiting.
I thought he was going.
Yeah, he made a late move when you were already committed, so he kind of screwed himself there. He realized at the last second and backed off, though, so that's good. He could have easily made that a lot worse. Looking great out there so far, Pat. Running P8.
Yep. This guy behind me seems pretty quick.
Yeah.
And we got a huge gap.
That's Riddle Rocket. It's actually one of the teams I talked to for that presentation I did. They're good. I've seen them do some practice. They got some fast guys.
I That was the second fastest car on the track that lap.
Yeah, you did a 59.7. That's good race pace. I think we've gotten through a lot of the initial cluster, so yeah, the cars are starting to spread out a little bit. Honestly, as far as I can see, the only people up top here that are really close to each other is us in this Porsche. In front of you, it looks like a Gran Turismo rolling grid start, where he's got like a 2-second gap to each other. I don't feel like this Porsche is really holding us up. So
No, not yet. He seems to be dropping a little bit of pace, though. Or
Yeah.
just picking up pace. I don't know.
I mean, you're definitely going fast. I mean, you could definitely take the fight to him, but I mean, you're going to lose more time, I think, trying to fight this guy right now than just to work with him and just let him get cozy
Yeah.
up there. You know, let him get comfortable, and then if you feel like you need to strike, catch him by surprise. So what I'm doing is I'm going to be taking data for how many laps each stint that we complete and what time our stints end. So that way, if we have any full course yellow situations, we can throw that into the data, and it'll hopefully shift our stint schedule appropriately. So that way we can keep it as accurate as possible throughout the race. So I noticed that that was kind of where our stint sheet was falling apart on the Daytona race. So hopefully I can keep that a little bit more accurate for you guys. So what I'm hoping to do is get it to the point where we can start factoring in these full course yellows and give us more of an authentic race strategy, as opposed to just winging it once, you know, things start getting hectic. Looks like the overall race winners for Daytona 24 have already found themselves in the lead again. Alright, here he comes. Outside, clear. Got another on the way. Clear to run it. Expect him on the inside. Nice. All right, you have some time till the next set. Okay, he's gonna take you coming out of tower. Here he comes. Oh, it's the SRG car. I really like their purple liveries. Those guys look pretty good. He's waiting. So I think he was afraid to get any closer because you took the middle line. I don't know if he did that on purpose or not, but I'd watch out for that in the future. That is an important thing to note too, Dennis, in this race, which is just how normal racing works, is pick a line early and stick to it. Which I don't think you'll have any trouble with.
Yeah, I heard what you said. And
Yeah, I mean, it's
that's
just
normally
normal
how I drive
racing.
anyway.
Right.
Yeah, that's normally how I drive anyway.
And that's how you should be driving. I just want to make sure
Right.
that like that is one of the things like that they really stress upon in VSCA is to make sure that you're doing that. It's expected of you. You know what I mean?
Oh, okay. Yeah, that's nice.
Okay, you got one on the way. This second one might do a late move. Watch out. Here he comes. Clear. Wilson's going to probably start trying to line up a move here soon. I'll keep my eye on him. You just worry about the P2s for now. Run it. You got 2 P2s stuck behind both of you guys. They're coming. Okay, they're both going to stick to the outside. Clear. I don't think he was trying to do that. You got P2 on the outside. I think he outbraked himself. Inside. Clear.
It's just a challenge because you really got to slow for the P2s.
Yeah, when they go to...
Nice.
Yeah. Okay, you got a 4-car P2 train coming. Same guys as last time, so they should probably give you a pretty fair shake at this when they come by. Oh, where is he going? Okay, this is about to get sketchy. Watch out. You got one on the outside, and then the one's coming on the inside. Okay, so they're all going right at you. And that's the last one. Clear. Run it.
I think the car in front of us got a drive through.
Probably for racing too aggressive.
Holy shit, LMPs. What a fucking gaggle.
Right. You got another coming.
Well,
Rip.
Jesus.
I think he just towed. At least Wilson's being patient. I think he's in the same mentality as us right now. It's still a long race. Don't get too crazy too quick. Hopefully he'll work with us a little bit here.
Yeah, I mean, I felt like I was faster before. It's just the last couple laps have been a little...
Yeah, you're just kind of getting screwed over with the multi-class traffic right now. Which is...
What happened to the 16?
car
Like,
16?
he dropped quite a bit. Car in front of us.
I don't know.
Is that just traffic too?
Maybe. His car is healthy.
Huh.
I'm watching them right now. Their last 2 laps were dirty. I don't know if that means anything, and they were running 2-minute flats before that, so I think they're just dropping off pace a little bit.
Okay, I'm back.
Welcome back.
Thank you very much. I see we are in 8th.
6th.
What happened?
We did it good.
Great.
I think somebody that guy that we were racing with before that was racing aggressive just got a drive-through.
Huh.
And a couple people have already peeled off to the pit lane. I think they were serving drive-throughs as well up front, so we've been kind of just clawing up the order slowly here.
Yeah, we're about, what, 20 minutes off of the pit stop?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, we should be on track to do 28 laps, so we got another 9 to go.
Okay.
That's prime spot for those P2s to take advantage of you. Oh man, that Porsche is bleeding time to the multi-class traffic. He just got screwed over hard. Rip.
Did he
What
hit
happened?
anything?
I didn't see him hit anything, but he did get hit, right? Oh, he got neck coded.
Yeah.
Please.
Hold
It
on.
sorta
I'm
looked
not
like
watching
neck
you.
code from my view.
It was neck coded. Yeah, he didn't hit anything, but he's pissed off. Oh, no, he is fucked. His
Now
car's
I'm sick.
crabbing. Yeah, Resolve's screwed. They're crabbing to pits right now. Yeah, I get the feeling, Pat, by the time that this all shakes out, you'll probably do an hour in the car on your third time in, and then we'll hand it off to Jake.
Yeah, I mean, he was scheduled to do like 6 hours, wasn't he?
Yeah, well, not to mention he also was here at 8 a.m. with me, and we did warm
Well, I'm
up
ready.
and quali.
I'm
yeah,
ready.
I know you're ready to race. I just want you
Also,
to know
what
that we
P5?
have other
P5.
drivers that can help you. You know what I mean? Like, you don't have to do the whole race. But
There was another drive-through.
Nice.
Nice.
But yeah, so the way it works out, this works out perfectly for us because you can put the time in early, and then we can hand the car off to Jake and make sure he gets his hours in. So that way, you know, later in the race, I'm sure you're going to be ready to have a break, and then he can finish it up for you. So this should work out really nicely for us. What's up?
Yellow flag.
Couple cars.
Oh
crashed
no,
there.
the Merc got into it. What the heck? I don't know what Alex did there, but he fucked up. So what happened was the LMP2 that was trying to make a move on him went to the outside like you're supposed to, and he comes out of the corner where you're supposed to keep stay off to the right side, and he just kept going straight to where he would go off the circuit if he didn't turn, and literally just drove right into that P2.
Damn.
He didn't even turn. I don't know what happened. That must have been a critical failure, or he had a major brain fart, but he literally just murdered a dude.
Oh, so that sounds maybe like a penalty too.
That's going to be a penalty, I think, for them. That was a blatant murder. I don't think it was intentional. It didn't look like it didn't look like he steered into him, but he just literally just went straight when you're supposed to still be turning. I mean, yeah, it sucks to be them. I'm glad that our team is holding it together pretty well.
Yeah.
I was talking to them before the race, and it didn't seem like they had it as well organized. I was talking to Nolan, who I think is their team manager, and he's like, I'm fine for the race, but honestly, I don't know about the rest of the team. So I don't know if there's some communication breakdown or lack of organization for their race effort, but I mean, obviously it's showing.
I mean, to be honest, I think obviously we haven't had much time, but we weren't quite as organized either.
Yeah, well, I mean, a lot of our stuff was last minute, and I do apologize for that.
Oh no.
But I do feel like we at least, when it came down to crunch time, we at least got ourselves figured out.
Yeah.
That is something that's been a big thing for me as a team, organizer, is just trying to make sure we're ahead of the game.
Yeah, that's helpful.
I'm not gonna lie, I'm used to running teams where, well, it just not even running teams, to be honest. I'm learning a lot of this shit on the fly. But just trying to organize stuff 2 weeks or the week of. So I'm trying to get away from that so that way we can have a lot more, confidence going into the race weekends.
Yeah, I know it was pretty good for Daytona because we just had months to prepare.
Right.
We started in November or something.
Yeah, but then I'm not gonna lie, I think we all kind of slacked off for Sebring. But I mean, we got it done in the end, so.
Yeah, I mean,
we had enough time to at least make it properly organized and get everybody ready. But honestly, I mean, we were cutting it a little close.
I know I was slacking because I had the NASCAR stuff going on.
Yeah,
and also
well, you had a lot
college
of irons in the fire, so.
Yeah.
I mean, hey, you took the time where you needed it, so can't complain.
Yeah. Oh no, we've gotten an off track.
That's it.
Dang
Race
it,
is over.
we're
Pack it in,
retiring.
guys.
Pulling it in.
Better luck looking at Seiko.
Yeah. We'll get them next time.
Yeah.
Yeah, I love it. Ben's just like, yeah, as long as if you're spotting and not racing, just don't hit the drive button. I'm just like, yep. I am more than safe considering literally any time I want to hit that button, it
Can't
just says
drive.
configure controls.
Yeah, exactly.
WASD, buddy. WASD.
Looking inside.
My throttle control's an on-off switch.
Oh, did I
Use
ever
the
tell you the time that
keyboard.
I tried to fuck around with the league people and drove with the controller and was still competitive.
Huh.
So it was, I was at Coda, and like the GTEs were kind of doing slow times.
Yeah, so you're
compared to
just like,
me.
let me just meme.
Yeah, let me just meme. So I pull out the Xbox controller and I did like a 202
Huh.
with the GTEs, and I was just like, lol. I'm like probably
What's-
like a good. I was still on the bottom half of the field, like of the GTE field for that
Right.
league. But like the fact that I'm using a controller
Yeah.
and doing that.
Yeah, still running competent laps.
Yeah, exactly.
You can do a lot with the controller, man.
Yeah.
But the
Worse
problem
than
with the
tires,
controller
isn't
is
it?
when things go wrong. Yeah, tire wear
You
will
can't
also
fix
get you.
it.
When things go
Yeah.
wrong, it's so hard to fix a car that's already, you know, loose.
Yeah, like Kodo and the M8 GTE, like with their fucking setup, it was like a 159 easily.
Right.
With
That
the
and you know how to
controller-
max that car out, so it's a no-brainer. You know, you're on pace.
Yeah. But it's
Here
he
hard
comes.
with their
Outside.
setup.
77 wreck, by the way.
Is that the
Shamrock.
one in front of us?
Oh, Shamrock. They're right in front of you. They're going really slow though.
Yeah.
I'm gonna look ahead for damage. Their car's clean.
Yeah,
He's
their
running
car's-
slow.
I mean, you're catching up to them pretty quickly though.
Yeah, you got him right where you want him. You got the next two guys right in front of you. You got
looking
P2 on the way?
P2. Those are both for position in front of you.
This is
Yeah.
podium up ahead.
Yeah.
Wait, yeah, it is.
Good shit. Clear, clear left.
Send it. Made it. Nice
I
move.
think it might be a minute behind.
You're still pulling a gap slightly, like even with the draft. So they must have an arrow.
Alright, looks like these guys in front are gonna hold you up. Same class blue flag.
Use it to attack the Porsche though.
Oh, what'd you say?
Yeah, you might be able to use one of these guys as a pick, Pat. But it's up to you.
Or
It's
you
your
can
car,
just
your
send it.
race. Let's be quiet for a minute here so that Patrick can focus on this, because these guys are probably going to give him an angle here in a second.
Yep.
Just so you know, you have that Chinese team in the P2 behind you. So that guy might make this interesting. Oh, Lehman's going wide. Watch out.
Go left.
He's spinning. He's spinning in front. You can go left. Yep, you're clear. Watch him behind. You got one on your inside. You're clear. That was dangerous. Did you get a slowdown?
Yeah, just a .2. It's already clear.
Okay, cool. That worked out at least.
Oh,
And we're still back where we were.
That was caught on the broadcast.
Nice. Might be able to make a move here.
Yeah, he's doing it.
Careful,
Oh,
careful,
he's-
careful. Don't bite it. You're clear. Just save it. Just save it. Tried it.
That was close. That was close.
oh, jeez. I hit a bump and
outside.
it got me a little squirrely.
Yeah, that inside
Oh.
bump will get you if you're on the wrong line or
Inside.
offline.
Alright, now chill for a couple corners.
I was going to say, take it easy this lap. Because don't forget, those tires are still getting worn in more than they normally would. So
Yeah.
Oh,
this
we
car's
lost
only
the
going to get
spot in
sloppier from here. Getting hyped, Dennis?
What'd you say?
Said he getting hyped?
I'm just waiting.
Right. I think you're going to enjoy running with these guys.
I mean, the way it's looking like, where they're very aggressive in their approaches, is fun.
Oh yeah. These guys are out here to race it like it's a real thing, and that's what we're here for. So.
Yeah.
But they're pretty respectful for the most part. I mean, you still got a couple dummies, but I mean, it's sim racing.
I mean,
you
that
never get
happens
away
in
from
real
that.
racing either.
True. Yeah, I would say this is a pretty realistic field to how it would be like in real life. I mean, obviously, you know, your true grid of driving professionals, I mean, I think are going to be higher tier than this. But I
You'd
mean,
be
for
surprised.
like, right.
You'd
But I
be
mean, for
surprised.
like the club level racing that they're trying to put on here, like I feel like this is a pretty competitive, fair field.
Yeah.
Like you got a good split between people that are here to race, be fast, but they're also not here to cut a, you know, try to kill everybody to make it happen.
Yeah, no.
Here he comes. Even in the second stint with the wear that we have, you're still running 2-minute laps, man. That's pretty good. Yeah, you're comfortably in the 2-minute flat range. I love it. Your slowest lap when you had to dodge that Lamborghini was basically the race pace for the other Merc. It was a 2:05.1.
Is that like the laps that he's running?
Let me see what they're running right now. I hope he's picked up the pace a little bit because 2:05s is slow.
I mean, you already lapped them, so that tells you.
Twice, I think. Their last lap was at 2:09. Oh, he's all over the board, dude. His fastest time was a 2:03.1. Yeah, and they're consistently not. They're running 2:05s, if that. I've seen a lot of 2:09s, so that's. I hope their race goes better in the next couple hours, because that's not good. Either way, our race is doing well, so that's what really matters. Honestly, I wasn't worried about it. I mean, despite the bad luck that we had in the first race, when we had our moments to ourselves, I mean, we were on pace to take the fight to the leaders. Every time Pat got in the car, he got into battles with the lead pack. Or at least was on pace with them, I think. I don't think he actually got in direct battles with them, but... Oh, okay.
Oh, hello.
So, lap 48. I don't think we'll have
His
the
driver
tires. I don't think we'll have the tires. Yeah, you should probably get in sim, Dennis.
Oh, okay.
We're gonna have some
Full
time.
fuel.
Yeah,
Are you gonna have time, you think?
you should have time because you're gonna have to go around. You can't get out of the car immediately. You gotta park up. So we'll use the time while we're sitting around to let Dennis get in the sim.
Yeah.
So Dennis,
What's up?
I think we're gonna take tires this time because you don't have the tires you need to make it a full stint. I don't think.
Okay.
So we'll start your next stint here.
That's fine.
Does that sound
Hold
like a
on,
good
let me-
game plan, Pat?
Yeah, that's fine. New tires.
Yeah, I think that works.
Okay. So yeah, tires and fuel.
Yeah, I need to get it.
God, I'm just so happy to be here. Like, I still can't believe that we were able to put this all together. Like this, I'd never done anything this serious before. Thank you guys for helping me make this happen.
Eat.
Let's go out there and kick some ass. We're on pace for a win. How you
Do we
feeling?
double file?
Single file.
Single file restart?
Single file restart.
Okay.
Are the leaders catching up to the... No, they're staying back. So yeah, I guess it won't close up the gap to the P2s because we're all proceeding at race pace or pit pace speed. That's the word I'm looking for. Jeez. I knew I shouldn't have stayed up last night to watch you guys practice.
Meters
go.
off.
Don't pass. Just let it. Yeah. It's
That
not
was
worth
so
it.
confusing.
It's not worth it, and honestly, I just let him go. We'll get him back in a minute. Those guys were the guys that qualified first, so those guys are definitely going to be fast. We can use those guys to take us up the field, though. Spinning, spinning. He's cleared. Yeah, you got the move. Not ideal, high risk corner, but you're already there, so that should be fine. That shouldn't be protestable.
No. If it is, it won't be anything.
Right. That's going to be no action, if anything. Where do you want me looking right now, Dennis? You want me to just watch front?
Just focus back.
Okay.
I'll keep an eye out ahead, see if there's anything close.
Please. Whatever you do, don't let these guys catch up to you, because there's a couple feisty cars that are not too far from you.
Okay.
If you can keep in front of them, they'll start fighting each other and they'll start dropping back.
Ooh, the car 101 got a drive-through.
Rip.
Leader. Failure to close gap to the P2 class.
I gotta slow down for that.
It's okay, we'll serve it.
Okay.
Pull off to the right here. Watch out for this guy. This guy's gonna give you a race. That one in front. Fisher Motorsport guys are pretty fair too. The guy behind you, so don't expect him to get too crazy. But I'd watch out for the guy in front of you. Same driver as before, and he's aggressive as shit. Clear. Oh, he's biting it behind you. He went off. Kept her alive though. That Freedom Motorsport team is going to be one of the top guys to look out for. You want to focus here though. We got 2 more P2s coming. They're coming fast. I don't think that would count as a block, but they definitely made those P2s know that you were not wanting to work with them on that. Careful, don't pinch them. You're good? You can run it here. Now they're on the way. He's going to make a late move in a tower. Porsche's not going. You're good. Run it. He tried to use them as a pick, but that didn't work out.
I saw that
Watch out,
happen.
you got a P2 on your outside.
Okay.
Yeah, stay narrow here. Let him go. Yeah, try not to pinch those P2s if you can help it. I don't want to get any bullshit incident reports sent in. I don't think what you did was wrong, but you know, if you start leaning into that, I think that that might end up working against us. 2 on the way. They're going outside. Switching. Clear. Good move. You made your line known. Damn, you guys are looking good out there. Okay, watch out for this P2. Did you check his diffuser?
Yeah.
Was it good? Yeah, it was good. I'll say this much, that Chinese team so far seems to be doing a lot better in this race at making right calls, so hopefully we won't have to worry about them in this race. Because they were sloppy before. Looks like they got their act together though. He's going to go to the outside, don't cut him off.
Yes, yeah.
Nice move. Yeah, Patrick, I'm pretty happy with the level of driving that these guys are showing today. Looked like a pretty clean
Did
field
look pretty well.
out there when you were in the car. Track is now at 104. It's starting to get hot.
Yep.
Two through 5 right here.
Right. Yeah, race leaders in Sunset right now. That's that Lambo. Yeah, we're on the pack. That's good. Okay,
Ooh.
let it gather it up.
Yeah, I got it.
You're good.
Catch.
Yeah, if anything, if you got to, just aim for that dirt a little bit and let the car straighten up.
Yeah, I just had to let go of the gas and just hold it.
Right. Yeah, I got a little sloppy on you, but it looked like you were still in control of it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, run it. He'll take you out of Le Mans. Or now. Guess he wanted to know.
Yeah, like that was sketchy.
Okay, great. I mean, it was sketchy, but it was clean.
Yeah.
You're right where you want to be, Dennis. You said you
Good.
wanted to take the fight to the leaders. You got it. He's gonna bring it back to you this time. Yeah, he's gonna get you. Shit. Save it. You good?
Yeah, we're good. We're good.
Okay, you got two guys coming up fast. Yeah, I want to review that. You caught a little grass, so it's all racing. Yeah. Yeah, he really kind of chopped you a little bit and forced you to
Yeah, it's
kind of
like,
run in the
bro.
grass. I'd be surprised if they do anything about that, but that does suck for us. I think that battle would have kept going too if that wouldn't have been that small mistake that cost your car to spin.
Yeah.
Get
I mean, I
loose.
still managed to control it, even though it spun.
Yeah. Yeah, all you did
Like,
was
it
bump
could've been
into
a lot
them
worse.
as you were trying to regain control. Like, I mean, at a certain point, there's really only so much you can do.
Exactly.
Yeah, no, it was definitely well held, even though you were having trouble with it.
So for pit entrance, this is normal procedure, or do you? Should I
Yeah.
announce it way before?
No, don't announce it.
No further action. Yay.
When you go into the pit lane, stay on the fast track
Okay.
until you get closer to your box. It should be somewhere in the middle. So you see they're going to stay off to the left here.
Yeah. Where's the pit lane?
I think we're like halfway down.
Yeah.
Grant, did you see we are cleared?
Yep.
All right. Well, let's not do that again.
Yeah. Notes from race control. 97 made a driver error and clipped the grass while braking, resulting in losing control of the car. The loss of control resulting in contact with the number 6 car.
They said it was my fault.
They deemed it a racing
No further
incident.
action. Yeah.
I mean, they kept it brief, but I'm pretty sure what
Yeah.
they were talking about was, well, they were racing and there wasn't anywhere to be room, but he was still overlapped. So where to
Wait,
go?
why
Grass.
am I getting tires?
Why are you getting tires? Stop that. Oh yeah,
Dude.
you are getting tires. Get tires.
I am getting tires?
Yeah.
Why?
We're at 65%. You're gonna be down in the 20s next time, right?
Okay.
I mean, you're on
What
a
about the
112. I mean, if you wanted to. I guess it's a little too late now, but
Yeah.
I mean, we were originally going to take tires this stint, so
Okay.
LMP going left. You have another one coming up. Should be clear though.
all right. I'm back, but I'm not really paying attention. So you want to keep spotting for a little bit, Pat?
He's probably gonna. Nope, he's holding. He's holding. There's two of them here. He is holding. fast.
Nice move, Dennis.
Thank you.
You got a couple LMPs here. Clear for a bit.
Got the race data.
Going left. All 51 cars are still running.
I'm surprised to hear that because there's a dude complaining in the Discord that they're basically dead.
Was that the 29 Audi? Because they just got back out on track.
Neil Middleton of TFR.
Oh, that's the car that we got into it with. Nope, they're back out there. 4 laps off pace of leading GT3.
Oh, that was Neil complaining about that. Yeah, John's in the car. I mean, I don't know why they're complaining. I mean, don't show up to a race if you don't want people to actually race you.
The 94 Lambo, a couple cars back, got a penalty. As I said, everyone was still driving. I think that 29 Audi just retired. They both just left.
Oh, that's unfortunate. Those guys are pretty cool. Dude, that Audi's been biting those guys hard. And they're fine in the practice sessions because they only gotta, they can reset the car, they can do what they need to do. But every time they show up to an endurance race, that Audi just bites. They got a different driver in that Porsche ahead of you now, so hopefully that guy's a little less aggressive because that guy was out to kill people. He's going to probably try to back off here. You might want to pull out to the other side. Yep, he's backing off. You're good. Nice pass. Yeah, Dennis, with the lap traffic, I'd pull out from behind him a little early. These guys are definitely, they're supposed to, with the rules, concede the line and not fight you, so they'll likely back off and you can hopefully get in front of them and take your regular line. So give them the benefit of the doubt and just let them try to let you by.
Okay. I was just trying to get as much draft as possible.
Right. Also, though, I think he was trying to completely let off so you could get by easy. And you doing that caused you to have to take a narrower line.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, you got a P2 behind. I'm watching him.
Okay.
Here he comes. There it is. Nice.
Good work.
I got my eye on that Porsche. You just focus forward. Backed off, you're good. That the old BMW braking technique?
Yeah.
Here he comes. You got the race leader behind him. You're good. He's gonna go inside.
Yeah, I see him.
Good moves, good moves. Okay. P2 coming up. I don't know if he's gonna try to make a move here, but watch out.
Mhm.
He's
No,
waiting.
he's gonna back off.
Yep. Just send it. Here he comes. And you got clear air for a little. You about ready to get in the car, Pat?
Yep, I'm good.
Cool. Yeah, Race Lab Apps is lying to me. He said we're P2. I mean, I'm not going to complain about P3 either, but a little extra excited. Now I'm just disappointed. Yeah, my leaderboard's broken. I see the next guy ahead is 13.4 seconds in your relative, though, so that's good.
Neil.
I think you're definitely closing in on him. Those tires, I'm sure, are helping. All right, Pat, round 2. Excited?
Oh, I've been muted this whole time. Jesus.
That's funny.
Yes, I am excited.
Oh, Pat's like, stop ignoring me.
Well, no, I was just going crazy over that LMP that came out of the pits, and then you just said, hey, "Are you excited to get in the car or something?" I'm like,
Yeah.
oh.
We're pulling away so hard from Neil right now.
Yeah, well, those
yeah.
tires of his are shot.
No.
You've been chopping off quite a bit of time on the leader too.
Yeah, the next guy up is that pink Lamborghini that we were seeing earlier that overtook you. That's our
Oh,
next
yeah.
target. Okay, you got a train of P2s coming. Hopefully this doesn't mess up with you pitting at the end of the lap. It's coming right now.
Mm-hmm.
Hopefully these guys clear you before the next corner or sunset. They should. Yeah, this might work out perfectly for us. Yeah, these 3 guys are going to take you right here.
Okay.
So yeah, if you have to, just go wide and then swing back in the long way to the pit. Oh, you're good. Nice. Good run, Dennis. Good run.
Good
you.
work.
Okay, you got clear air. There's nobody on the straight right now.
I'm gonna get out and get back in.
Okay. Yeah, you getting out of VR?
Yeah.
Cool. Alright, I'm gonna go crunch some numbers while we got a second. So we did a full 28 laps that last stint. Ended at
What was the tire wear at?
the tire wear was at 63% was the lowest, left front. We
Oh,
could
look at it
probably
now.
double stint this next set of tires if you feel comfortable, Pat.
Yeah, I think I'm going to.
Okay.
Honestly, I say that's the fastest strategy. The time it's spent in the pitch to change the tires isn't.
I'm
doesn't gain you.
anticipating the track's going to start cooling off here in the next
I mean, even
hour.
with me with the hot track too.
Right. I just don't
Yeah,
want to
I mean,
have
I-
a situation happen where we end up like that Lamborghini last stint, if I can help it. But I don't think that's going to be our problem here because the track is starting to cool off. So we might be able to take advantage of that and, you know, start our tire saving strat. Comes.
Be right back.
Okay. I love it. There's somebody pleading for a full course yellow right now in the VSCA channel. Honestly, with how clean everybody's running, I don't think we're going to see it for a little bit. Give me that inside line. Or no, he's still fighting.
Fuck.
Good?
Yeah, I'm good.
Yeah, these guys are not conceding the position even though we're faster, so this isn't cool. We'll give them another lap to work our way around. Okay, thank fuck. They backed way out. You're good. That'll be a little bit of optionals.
Yeah, I'm just glad he didn't spin.
Right. Yeah, honestly, that could have been a lot worse. No worries.
I mean, really, I wasn't even looking to really overtake. I was
No,
looking
he
to show
just
my nose
braked.
and-
He braked really early there too, so it didn't help.
Yeah, like I didn't really know what he was doing.
So the thing I have against those guys is that they're honestly a little too slow for this grid, I think. You know, they're out here babying the car too much, and it's so early into the braking zones where they brake that they're causing people that are actually competent to be caught off guard. And that's why that just happened, I think. But also, they don't seem to understand the same class blue flags kind of idea. Like, they're trying to stay in front of you for too long. Like, at a certain point, you just got to let it go.
Yep.
Like, they had a couple opportunities where they could have just, not pull to the side, but, like, you know, give you the inside line. P2 on the way. Late move. Looks like you got another taking advantage. Watch out here. You got another two. Both taking it. You're clear. Everything considered, it took 4 hours into a 12-hour race before we took our first cosmetic damage on this car, so that's pretty impressive. That's clean racing. And even then, I don't think, I mean, that wasn't anything that you did. You just kind of got screwed over.
Okay, I'm back.
Okay.
So I'm looking at the live stream. We're actually slowly catching P1.
Yeah, they just had a spin out in one of the corners here. Here he comes. The other one's waiting patient. You're good. Next one's coming. Yeah, they made a small mistake and lost some time to us. They still
Did we
got
have
it
an
pretty
incident?
comfortable. Yeah, we had a small bump with a Porsche. They braked way too early. Patrick gave him a little love tap.
Yeah, because the front end's a little.
Yeah.
bent.
It doesn't seem to be down on pace. It looks like it's just cosmetic.
Okay.
Yeah, it doesn't look too bad.
Yeah, we'll serve it in naturally as we're taking fuel.
Oh yeah, that's gonna fix like almost instantaneously.
Yeah, I'd anticipate it's probably like 30 seconds at the worst. Oh, Nolan's in the Merc. Wonder what times he's doing.
Dude, the economy between the two Mercedes is ridiculous.
Right. They're doing 202s right now with Nolan in the car.
That's their fastest laps, right?
Yeah, his fastest lap was a 202.3.
I don't know if we should work together as Mercedes, as the parent Mercedes.
Well, I mean, at least outside of the race.
That's
I
what
mean,
meant.
if they wanna start taking the fight a little higher, and they're up here with us earlier on in the race, I'd be happy to work with them. But if you're gonna be in the back of the pack, then sorry, bud, but we got a race to win.
Not what I meant. I meant like outside of the race, like team wise, like we help each other with setups and like practices and stuff like that.
Are you saying we should or we shouldn't?
We should.
Oh, we already are. I've already
you
been
are?
talking to him. Yeah. We're already working together. As you can tell with how their race is going, it seems like they're a little disorganized right now, but
Yeah.
that's why I've been having trouble really, helping them out. But, I mean, if they stick in it, I mean, I'd be happy to work with them. Even we're already doing that.
Yeah, exactly.
But, I can't go sit there and manage their race. At the end of the day, we got to focus on our car.
fuck them.
So.
There's no point in focusing on their race. We have our own. to
Right.
deal with.
I'm pretty sure they're going to ask us after the race and be like, huh, our fastest lap time was a 202 and you guys were getting in the two flats consistently.
Not only that, but 59 as well.
Send help.
Send help.
Gone a pretty long time before without another full course yellow. Watch out, you got one coming. Yeah, just hold that inside line, let him go out. Okay, you got fuel, no tires. Good stint, Pat, good stint.
Thank you.
Let's see what those tires are looking like. 67s. We can work with that. Nice little burnout for style points, Pat.
Oh yeah.
Alright, I'm watching the rear. You got a clean track ahead of you. Nobody's on that straight right now.
Change happens fast, and you've just got to accelerate through it. Formula One on Sky Sports, sponsored by Workday. Workday, a system for finance, HR, and planning.
Workday.
Yeah, you heard the commercial.
Yeah, I heard everything. Gonna get me copyright claimed on Twitch.
Oh, you're right.
Is that the leader? Mello? I think that's the leader.
Hold on.
I could be wrong.
The one ahead?
Like the Lambo.
No. It's not that one. That's a Ferrari, by the way.
Yeah.
No. I mean the one that just got penalized.
Oh, let
Mello.
me check. Steve Mello, I believe so.
No,
Yeah,
that's not
Steve
him.
Mello. He's not the one in the car though. Yeah, they send it
No,
to
but-
the Lamborghini, but that guy's not in the car. So that is that
Oh,
lead
so
car
that
that
is
got
it.
a penalty.
Yeah.
Is it just a drive-through?
Let me see. Yeah, their car 158, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep, drive-through penalty. All right, boys.
Ah, this is it. This is happening.
It's happening. Looks like I'm
I don't
spending
know
money
how
on beer
how
tonight.
penalty it is.
Yeah, Sean says just drive faster.
Damn, why didn't I think about that?
Right.
Where the
Hey!
hell is
Bro,
LMP going?
1,000 IQ.
He went and killed the Cone family. That man's a murderer.
Who, the RD?
No, Theo Bean.
Oh.
I just watched him kill a whole Cone family. Hearts and prayers out to those Cones.
It is Q3 and F1.
Oh man. Apparently, Sean, they got their event. They got wrecked out, and they were in the lead. That's a rip.
Yeah.
Sean, if you're still in the chat, you guys were running the prototypes, right?
How's that going?
Well, they wrecked out.
Oh! Patrick, control it.
You're good. You're good. Could be worse. Back it up.
Oh my god.
Car's coming.
Fine.
Don't enter perpendicular. Yeah, just back it up. Okay, you got a car, and then you're clear. Go, go, go. How's she driving?
Oh my god. Can't believe I did that.
It's okay.
It just matters if the car is driving bad.
Looks like the wheel's straight.
Yeah, I mean, he hit it literally dead on, so...
Yeah, the damage looks pretty minimal up here. A little bit of nose damage, but I think that'll buff out. That'll buff out.
Now we get an option.
Right. It's okay, man. Shake it off. I've noticed with the Merc, it seems when you get it to a certain point in T1 where you're kind of like way too into it, at a certain point that car just goes. It doesn't matter what you do.
You know what I've noticed is that when you come off the brakes and it's turning in, then it has this really sharp turn in.
Right. Yeah, it'll start to get aggressive.
Yeah, so like what I do, I just balance it with a little bit of throttle.
Yeah, keep the car pointed out of the corner instead of keeping it
Exactly.
turning in.
It just keeps the rear end balanced.
Right. Yeah, it's all about the managing that weight.
Yeah.
This car's got a lot of it, and it sure does like to throw it around.
Yeah, for sure.
Run a couple conservative laps, Pat. We'll get those tire temps down a little bit, and then you start pushing again.
The tire temp should be done already, though.
Really? That goes
He
down
was
that
stuck
fast?
there.
Yeah,
He
true.
was stuck-
Yeah, he
was stuck-
spun it, and then he had to sit for a minute.
Yeah.
Yeah, you should be right on that. I guess I don't know anything.
I would just say just drive it like normal.
Right.
It's just a mentality thing. That's
Patrick, just drive it like you stole it. Team orders.
team.
Yo, where the hell's he going?
I don't know. I think he thought we were running an alternative layout.
It's down a little bit, but not too bad.
Yeah. I don't think it's
I mean,
anything
it's
that a little bit of
manageable.
repairs
It's
aren't going to
manageable.
fix.
It's front arrow that's dragging.
Like this lap's gonna be a really low 201, so it's not horrible.
Yeah. Right, you got 2 on the inside here. Clear. I'm curious if you're going to be able to finish this stint up before we get another full course yellow. Nice. Yeah, Sean, we tasted the lead position. Now it's time to work on getting up there and staying up there. We can keep going like this, guys. I think we stand a pretty good shot at it.
So who wants to know quality results?
For F1?
Yeah.
Watch out. Hold on.
Fuck.
You got a bunch of traffic. You might want to pull forward.
I think after the.
Yeah, you
Clear.
should have clearance. Go, go, go.
Jeez.
Watch him behind. You're good. Go, go, go.
Oh my god, I'm sorry.
You're good. Everything going okay in there?
Yeah, I'm gonna pump up the brake bias. Damn it. Alright.
Track's 101.
Relax.
The track's still cooling down on you. It's not those tires tripping you up, is it?
I really have no idea. Maybe. Okay, we're still P8.
Yeah, that lost us a good chunk of positions, huh? They were all right
Yeah,
behind
there's
us
plenty
before.
gaggle, yeah.
Yeah, it's okay.
Sorry, I just need to get to the rest of this stint.
Dude, we're not even at the halfway point of this race. There's still a lot of racing to go. This
I
next
know.
full course yellow is going to bring everybody back together, too. Looks like we scored 2 cut points for Sebring at the 6-hour mark. Sorry, the 4-hour mark.
What are cut points?
It's like in the actual standings, it's like bonus points for being in like a higher position in the middle. Of it. You know how like they'll do it like every so many hours in. Whoever's like up in the pack is gets points.
Oh, so like not only the ending matters, but like how consistent you are through the race.
Right. Yeah. So we
Okay.
just scored 2 points. I love it. I asked for DRG Gold to send me pictures for the Lambo so we can do it for the announcement. And Mike sends me these pictures and it looks like they're racing with the exposure. It looks like they're racing on the surface of the sun. Oh, like what is it, 50,000 degrees in your session?
When everything is just plasma.
Yeah.
When keeping your tires cool means keep it under 4,000 degrees Fahrenheit.
Right. Don't let your tires literally melt.
Don't let your don't let your tires get into a hotter plasma state.
There it is. Hashtag race strategy. Mike says he thinks the atmosphere got nuked. Yeah, I go, someone got a 25 car kill streak and called in a tactical nuke. Race canceled due to nuclear winter. Late move. He's on the inside. Of course, he's going to use it as a pick. Watch out. Side by side. He's got the run. You got a P2 wanting to go on the outside. 3 wide, 3 wide. I wouldn't fight him too hard on this one. Still 2 wide. Porsche's on 2 wide. You're edging out over him. You got it. Okay, use that P2 as a pick for you. You keep it open, this Porsche is going to try to take it. Here he comes. Overlap. Still side by side. He's got the run. full overlap. Yeah, he's got it. All right, get ready, Dennis.
All right.
Make sure you're staying on that fast line next time.
2
I don't-
minutes, 30 seconds and optional.
It's not too bad.
You want to take it?
Honestly, I would say just run it as is. We'll wait till next full course yellow and maybe pick away at that optionals for a little bit. I think that'd be the most beneficial time to serve that time. I mean, it was running just fine otherwise, right, Pat?
I mean, it was a little off the pace, but I mean, it wasn't horrible.
Right. What do you think,
I
Dennis?
just
You
wish
think we should serve it?
optional- They're gonna be a whole lap down if we do.
Yeah, I think we should wait. We'll just serve it on the full course yellow. We don't lose as much if we serve it then. You got clear space. Go, go, go. I'm gonna update the sheet. So we're 5 minutes off schedule, which isn't really that big of a deal. Good stints, by the way, Pat. I know it got a little rough there for a minute, but still looking pretty good.
Yeah, at least I didn't kill the car.
For what it's worth, it could have been a lot worse. It was, at least a good save. Dennis, if you can start backing off the gas just a little bit, you should be able to do an extra lap in this stint too. You're on
Okay.
track right now to be like right at that cusp, so shouldn't take much.
I know how to lift and coast. I could do it.
Yeah, but like you don't even need to do it that much. Like still stay on the pace, but just be considerate, like every once in a while. If you find a situation where you're in a cluster, just back off. You can save a little fuel. So we're at 14.4, 14.3 at the line, so you can comfortably do an extra lap. Looks like you're up about 0.3 of a gallon since you started saving. I don't know if that'll be enough if you keep on like this to get an extra lap, but I mean, it's extra fuel in the tank. Can't hurt.
I'm still fuel saving. I've been fuel saving every lap.
Right. Yeah, if you're comfortable doing what you're doing, then just keep at it. See what sticks. Maybe we get extra lap out of it. Well, we already get an extra lap out of it now. We're, maybe get an extra 2. Start clawing our way back forward. Is that hood still hard to see over?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the one thing I don't like about the Merc, is once that hood starts crumpling up, it's a pain in the ass.
Fucking P2 made me lose all momentum.
Yeah, I saw that. At least you
I
didn't
was 2/10 up on the time.
rip. Welcome to multi-class.
Yeah.
It's okay. Shake it off. You didn't even touch him,
Alright,
so
so
what's up?
159 is possible again.
Let me see. I'm gonna follow that lead Lambo. See what he's running. The lead
No.
What?
I'm saying us. A 159 for us is still possible.
I wouldn't be surprised. Your last lap was a 2. Your last 2 laps were basically 2 flats. Did a 2
Yeah, and
flat
I
and a
was 2/10
2.4.
up. I was 2/10 up before the
Right.
I was 2/10 up before the P2 messed up.
Yeah, considering your fastest lap, it looks like was at least a 59.8. You were on track for a 59.6, I think. If I'm reading that correctly. So yeah, 59 should be possible, even with the car in its current state. Track's at 89 degrees, so it's definitely going to help you.
Okay.
So with the race the way it's currently going, it looks like Jake's going to have to do an additional 13 laps towards after his first 2 stints. Be curious to see how that shakes out next full course yellow. I think we start chipping away at that again. If we can start saving an extra lap or two every stint, we might be able to take that 13 laps and get rid of it by the time we finish. You do a full run till the end.
The old Merc has its speed back.
Yeah, it's starting to go pretty fast. 59 should be possible at this point. I think Dennys
And
was
that's
on.
fuel saving too.
Right. Yeah, your last lap was a 59.8, so you're definitely in the money.
Dennys is on it.
And he's like, I want Grant to pay for beer. Dennys has still got his sights on P1.
Yep.
Can't blame you. We got the pace for it, that's for sure. Okay, you got a train behind you.
Yeah, I see him.
It's coming now. And then the rest should have to sit pretty. Yeah, they'll wait. We might have somebody dive on Le Mans. Here he comes. These two guys will take you here. You're clear. Wasn't so bad.
I lost 7/10 off of that.
Yeah. Yeah, but you didn't get killed by 4 P2s.
That's true.
Just about halfway through, a little over halfway into this race. Getting our, getting started, trying to work our way back up this pack. Just outside of top 5 right now, which is realistically where I was at least hoping to get a baseline of where we'd end up for this race. So we're doing really well, and we are on pace to keep improving. Thanks, guys. Well, we're definitely hyped. Patrick, are you hyped?
I'm hyped.
The least enthusiastic response. I'm hyped. Absolutely ecstatic. You got a P2 coming on the outside. 3 wide. How's the other Merc doing? Where are they at?
Right next to us.
Yeah, right. They're towards the back of the field. Is that car 26? Yeah, they're P26 right now. Seems like they've been having a pretty rough race.
Fuel level's low. When do I come in?
You still got another 2.6 gallons on my screen.
Okay.
Yeah, you should be good for at least another 2 laps. Yeah, you just went across the line, so you should be good for another 2 laps.
Did the fuel saving work or no?
It worked. I don't think it worked enough though. You definitely got that lap, but I don't think you got the second one. You need to get that hood fixed. I don't think it'll be perfect again, but once we serve those optionals, I think that hood's gonna press back down enough that it won't be in the way.
Yeah.
Is that a pain in the ass for VR?
Yeah.
Yeah. It's not as bad in
Coming now?
You are cutting it close on fuel for another
Yeah,
lap.
Yeah. Come in.
Yeah. Yeah, you're
coming
gonna
in.
need to come in. Good catch. Man. Yeah, your fuel strat definitely worked. You almost were able to push that extra lap. You had like 0.2 of a gallon extra. Yeah, we're on back on schedule for our pit. Because we got that extra lap in, it put us back even though we were a couple
Where's my
minutes
tire
off.
wear at?
Your tire wear is at 70% left front.
Okay.
70s all across the
how
board.
He's hitting the wall.
Oh, you clear?
That team was leading the race not that long ago.
I'm hoping we can get a full course yellow in the next little bit here in this stint. Maybe we can do about 2.5 hours on these tires. See how it shakes out. Well, thank you, Shock Statics, for the follow.
Huh?
Thanks, Dennis, for the follow.
Oh, okay.
What's with all the smoke?
It was
Oh, there's another
LMP.
LP2 off.
Yeah.
I just saw it as you were going by. Dropping like flies out here, man. You got it, you got it.
I got it.
Nice save.
Yep. There it is.
Can we repair it or no?
Yeah, we're gonna take our repairs. So this is your last lap, so you'll go to the line or the staging area right here. So when we come back around, we'll take we'll fill up our fuel, and I think we can. Well, we won't take tires, and you'll just do a full fuel stint from here.
Okay.
So I'm gonna uncheck your tires. Make sure you leave a
I
gap
would
to the guy in
just,
front.
Yeah, just fill up the fuel and then just repair as much damage as we can.
Right.
Okay.
I got you set on that.
All right.
What are you thinking leaving the pits when cars start leaving?
I mean, we could
When cars
afford
start,
to.
like,
I mean, what, we got 2 minutes and 12 seconds optional.
yeah, like
Um,
stay in the pits until we're getting ready to go green, right?
yeah, I'm really not sure how it's gonna work.
I think that's probably our best bet. So come in.
You know what we should have done? We should have just dashed into the pits as soon as we heard full course yellow.
No, because if they already called it. If you weren't in the, you have to be physically in the pit lane, like already past those yellow cones. Otherwise, you'll get an end of line penalty.
Oh, I see.
Yeah.
Well, at least we got the caution that you've been looking for.
Right.
I mean, I'm not gonna lie. Even with the damage, I am impressed with my pace.
Yeah, you're doing good.
Yeah.
And that's fuel saving too. Like I'm letting off like really long.
Yeah.
Or
Yeah, I
I'm
bet if you were on it, you
thinking-
could probably go just that little bit faster too.
Yeah.
I'm thinking
I got
probably
used to
to like avoid being stuck behind all the lap cars. We should probably go like when they start waving around the lap cars, right?
Yeah, the second wave buys, you mean?
Yeah.
Yeah, so why don't we wait until they start calling the first couple secondary wave buys, and then we'll dip out of
Yeah,
the
I mean,
pits. Because then we can, if we do that, like say like we wait for like 1, 2, 3 wave buys, we can get out of the pits before they start cycling around to where they come back in front of the pit lane, and we can get out in front of them. Yeah, let's do that.
Even if we drop behind a couple of them, I mean, it wouldn't be the end of the world.
Yeah.
Depending on like how much damage we have left to repair.
Let's see how much. Let's see how much we can get away with once we get in there, and make a judgment call. See how late we want to push that. Okay. So now that we're here, this is when you're going to proceed pace speed, go back to pits, and then they're going to line up here again. The people that don't pit, they're going to start doing their wave by, the secondary wave buys, and that's what I'm going to keep track of, who's who, doing what.
Alright, just let me know what.
Yep. Yeah, while I do that, you just let us know what the repairs are looking like.
Okay.
Dude, this guy's got to catch up. What the fuck is this dude doing?
I don't know. But the Porsche was about ready to pass him.
Yeah. I'm pretty sure they have it in the rule book that if the person's not pacing appropriately, that you can start going in front of them.
That's exactly what he said. Should I do the full option or what?
Yeah, serve as much of as you can, and we'll tell you when it's time to come out. So we're going to try to get you out in front of some of these cars that are getting wave buys.
Okay.
I think they're giving the wave buys to the
They're doing
P2s
the
right now.
LMPs, yeah.
Yeah.
Wave by 747.
This P6, or the number 16 Resolve Porsche is the lead car right now, I think, for GT3.
11.
Let me know when.
What are you at right now?
130.
Okay.
Yeah, 16 should be the first one to get a
I think so too.
wave.
Wave by 14.
So I'll keep my eye on him and see how quickly he's going around the track, and then we'll go from there.
Wave by 59.
15.
Yeah, go as soon as it's done.
10. 5.
This first car.
Wave by 16.
Yeah, you should be comfortable. Just serve it, or just go when it's done. That was the first GT3 car, that last one.
Alright.
Looks like the hood looks a little bit better.
A little bit, a lot better.
Wave by 91.
Okay, and then it'll tuck back here. It's right there.
Just restart.
Wave by 84.
Okay, well, let's see where that puts us. So now we can
What do we have
afford to
left?
push forward. Oh, we're already back in the pit. We're done. We served it all.
Oh, perfect.
He finished
that's
up as
weird,
soon as they
man.
called the lead 16 car.
Oh, perfect.
I think we're
I think they're going to call the next two guys.
or 8th.
Yep.
Wave by 312.
Okay, and as soon as this Ferrari goes, you'll pull up to the Porsche that's parked.
Yes, yeah.
Perfect. Is there just one lone BMW just chilling up there?
Yeah.
They better start pulling up or they're gonna get in trouble.
Mhm. Alright, so we're 8th with everyone ahead, ready to be attacked.
Yep.
What was my tire wear at?
Your tire wear.
65, 68, 72,
All right,
75.
so
Yep.
clarification. When we do the restart, and also when we're moving from staging areas to pit stops, the overall leader, the P2 class leader, will hold pace speed. All other cars need to close the gaps to the car ahead, including GT3s. So the GT3 leaders, you need to have no gap to the end of the P2 line on the restart. a 20-second gap between the classes is only at the very beginning, at the very start of the race. So P2 leader, GT3 leader, you're going to have to close the gap to the end of the P2 line. Additionally, we will have two cars that will be given an end of line hitting when pit road was closed and taking service.
I think that was Corey's team, the green Lambo.
23. And the second car is car 72.
On
Those two cars, we start rolling. Please pull over to the driver's left. Let all the cars in your class pass you, and then you will pick up back at the end of your class in the pacing line for the restart. We will be going green.
I don't think they're in front of us.
no, I don't think so.
No.
Should I send it or feel safe?
Send it.
Send it.
All right.
They're checking up up front, so watch out.
Yeah, but this Porsche isn't going faster.
Yeah, come on, dude. I'm surprised too,
Should,
because that's their actual Fisher Motorsport team.
Put it. I would say that should be reported.
Do you think we should report that?
Yeah.
Okay.
Honestly, they might get him for it anyways, but yeah, I mean, we weren't closed up at all, and he was just weaving and all that.
Yeah. Let me get our stuff set for the Stints scheduling, and we can go from there. We are right on track to have no splash and dash towards the end. If we can save a little bit more fuel, Jake should have just enough fuel to get to the end on 2 full fuel stints.
No, my wheel. Oh shit.
You good?
My wheel cut off for a second.
How often does that do that?
That
when
was
it
the
starts
first time.
happening? Okay, well, yeah, like when it starts doing it, does it keep doing it?
I don't know. It
Okay.
just happens randomly.
Okay.
It's not often, but it can happen.
Yeah.
Do you have a fan attack too?
Yes,
Yeah, right.
so everyone has fan attack.
God.
Oh no. Patrick's like, oh shit, not
So-
again.
I'm
Yeah.
so glad I don't have fan attack.
Fuck.
What, your wheel?
No, I gotta
Oh.
slow down.
Oh.
Yeah, so Kinetic Racing VSCA GT3 was the one that did that. It wasn't the
The white
Porsche in
car
front
had-
of us.
No,
Well, there was
Fisher
another
Motorsport
car.
Eagle.
Well, there was another car in front of him that wasn't closing the gap. I didn't see him originally, but I see him in here now. He didn't want to go further because he was already close enough to that guy. That guy in front of him wasn't the one that went. Left a massive gap. So I'm going to send it on him instead. Yeah, when they were coming into Sunset, when he hit the 4 cone, the next closest car was at the 1 cone.
Yeah.
So I'm going to send it on him. So it wasn't actually the Fisher Motorsport guy in front of us. Car 67 fails to close gap to car 991 on race restart. Cars behind number 67 were affected in race restart. Does that sound good?
Yep.
Okay, I'm going to send it. I mean, to be fair, I have no, like, remorse for that because they literally just got done saying you guys all need to close the gap, and the dude's like, nah.
Well, they're rubbing a little bit up here.
Dennis just sees sitting ducks in front of him. You're right where you want to be, Dennis. Take the fight to them.
Okay.
What a fucking cunt.
Yeah, what the hell? Watch out. Pass.
You like that drift?
Oh yeah. This guy behind you is pretty quick. Another P28.
Thousand IQ play. Use his draft.
So we're on track to use another 2 sets of tires. That'll give us another 2 additional that we won't use. Here comes lead P2. Side. Why is that guy pinching him off? Oh, they're getting feisty up there.
Damn.
Yeah.
This guy in front of you, he's like 20 laps down, but he's running like he's fucking running for the win.
Right. He's fast though.
He is, but like, what the hell?
I mean, to be fair, I feel like he belongs where he's at, so. Like, I don't feel like he's actually holding Dennys up more than the guys in front of him are already doing. Sketchy.
It kind of is, though.
If you feel like you need to get by him, make a move. One on the inside. Here they come. He's not really facilitating these P2s to get by, though. He's kind of bunching you guys all up unnecessarily. Yeah, mate, you strike when you feel the time is right. It's your car, your track.
Yeah.
Oh, there's a bump.
Oh, thanks.
Fucking course, dude.
And there goes that hood. Yeah, get by this
Fucking
guy.
idiot, bro. Bro,
This
get out
guy's
of the way,
fast,
dude.
but he doesn't know how to handle being in traffic like this. Watch out, P2 behind. 3 wide, you're clear. You got it. Yeah, leave
Fucking idiot, bro.
that guy in the dust. Well, there goes all those optionals that we just served.
Seriously, it's just fucking stupid.
Like he runs into that guy and then he just like stomps on the brakes.
Right.
There's some carnage going on behind.
Like, where the fuck am I supposed to go?
He just wrecked himself because he started blocking in the braking zone.
Yeah, he's not ready for this kind of field. He's fast, don't get me wrong, but he's not. He can't handle being in traffic. It's a shame, he had some good moves, but then he started getting cocky and then he started fucking up. Inside. Nice move out of that P2. Holy shit. Nothing else, this has been a pretty fun race.
How's the car feel?
Car's fine.
Your last lap was a 2 1/4. Here he comes. Oh, Porsche's off. That's gonna sacrifice his run. There you go. It's going around. You're good. Tuck behind. Perfect.
Good work.
Good move. Inside. These guys are surely keeping Dennys on his toes. Good moves so far, man. Good moves. Keep it up. Alright, so we got a position that lap from the Porsche. Next one up's 2.7 seconds. Might be able to work with this Lamborghini. Close that gap. Inside. What did that Beamer that was fighting with us earlier fight it? I see him in the pits. Here they come. Oh man, that hood is fucked. As long as the car's still running though. Sucks, we just fixed that shit. P2 off, you're good. You're bringing that gap down to the guy in front of you.
The E2 GT3 guy, he got into that LMP. Wrecked him.
Just now?
Yeah.
That'll be a drive too. At the worst possible time too, when all the pack is right here. Yeah, whatever you do, don't do anything that scores you a drive through right now, because it'll fuck you up. Leading positions. But I feel like we raced a pretty fair race since this restart.
Nice lap.
They're reviewing that
Yeah,
race
right.
start incident report right now.
Oh, Christopher. Lol. He's here?
It's right behind you.
He is, he drives for Pony Express. He's one of the... He's their, the Pro 4 champ.
That's funny. Oh, it's that car
Yeah.
too. Those guys know their shit.
Yeah, he's a good driver.
I haven't seen Chris yet, but I know the guys that were in there before were pretty good in that car. Small world.
Mm-hmm.
I bet you he's looking at your name just like, wait a minute.
Yeah.
Like, why isn't he in a BMW?
Yeah, basically.
Yeah, I bet you he's wondering that right now. Yeah, you're chipping away at that gap to the guy in front, and you're pulling away from the guys behind. So you're right where you want to be right now, man.
Copy.
That Lambo seems to be helping you along too, so I'd keep working with him. With the way they drive, I think he might get defensive if you start trying to stick your nose up on the inside of him, so try to keep him friendly for as long as you can, let him help you. It's not like it's for position anyway.
Mm-hmm. The Lambo is for position.
No, he's a lap down.
Check your race laps again. Oh, you're right. I thought the entire time I was supposed to chase after him.
No, you're chasing down the Porsche in front of him. I believe that Porsche that's in front of both of you guys is also for position. Yeah, that's P4? Yep. Those next two Porsches are both for position.
Okay.
And you're chipping away at that gap on both of them right now. They did a no further action on the that race restart.
Really?
They didn't give us a strike, but they said no infraction. So they noted it, but they're not doing anything about it. That said, it doesn't mark against us. That's not one of our strikes. Because it was a genuine report, just no further action necessary.
Mm-hmm.
There you go, he's got him offline now. Lambo put that Porsche right where you want him.
Yo, what kind of sketchy shit is that, bro?
What the fuck was that? Honestly, I think he did that to taunt you for doing that to him. That's funny as hell, though.
Pussy.
You know what that tells me, though? You're getting in his head already. Just by doing that move, you just got in his head. Because no sane driver would do that if he wasn't already thinking about you right in his rear view. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I'm gonna
You can
fuck
use
him
that.
up.
Oh yeah, you can use that. Man, you had such a better line through there, but he just compromised your run.
Yep.
I think you're still chipping away at the Porsche in front of both of you guys, though, so that's good. Oh, he's snapping. Here's a move. There it is! There it is! Oh, you just fucked him up! And then you're going to commit to the inside?
Yep.
Yeah. There you go. Try not to move too much around like that when you're picking your line. Because they can clock you for that.
Yeah, flat, try to just linking where you will pick and change the driver.
So we just got another full course yellow?
No.
What was-
Someone's blinking.
Oh, okay. Yeah, it was a good move, Dennis. Try not, when you were on that straight, try not to move around too many times on the line you pick, because they will try to submit an incident report on that, saying that it's basically, I don't think that would qualify what you did as blocking, but depending on how you play that, that might get you fucked. Something to consider.
So the person that's blinking is the car up ahead.
I see that.
So we're gonna get in position if he does.
Yep.
If he doesn't stop.
They told him to pit, right?
Yeah.
That's a rip for them.
Yeah.
That's P4, buddy. I'm gonna look ahead for a minute. I want to see where everybody's at. So the race, our leader is on the front straight now, just crossing the line. He pulled away from the next two guys. The next two guys are both exiting Sunset right now.
Okay.
Yeah, Beamer pulled a pretty healthy gap in the lead. But I mean, we still, you know, even then, that's still pretty close to you, so we can definitely take the fight to these guys in the next, 4.5 hours. Honestly, with where we're at right now, if you want to try to save a little fuel, you can. Don't forget you got those guys behind you. They're not far from you.
I'm fucking sending it.
Just send it then. Meanwhile, Dennis is just like, this is the race I wanted. Let's fucking go. P2 coming up.
Mm-hmm.
Man, that guy's blinking bad.
Yeah.
So what, are they going to get black flagged if they don't come in to change a driver?
They have to.
What's this?
What's this guy doing?
I think you can get a slowdown there. I wonder why he's slowing down. He's dropping back.
I mean, he's blinking really fucking hard.
That's P4, buddy. P3 is 7.8 seconds ahead.
Okay.
And I'm pretty sure P2 is right next to him, so they're still battling it out. That's the Lamborghini's the next one up, the RD SimSport.
Car 101, stay out, come in. Please have your driver back up race control.
Here he comes. Looks like you're about dead even with P3 right now. It's probably due to the tire wear. P2 on the way. Jesus. Damn near bins it on brakes and then cuts, ruins your run. There you go. Hold that line off. That P2 stopped that Porsche from having a run on you.
Yeah, but that P2 also caused me to lose 2/10 on my fast time.
Right. Well, you got it. You got it.
Yeah.
He doesn't have a run on you. Is P2 coming? Don't chop him. There you go. Take a deep breath on this straight, Dennis. So take a deep breath on this straight. That Porsche is gonna be looking to take this to you right now.
I know.
He's looking. He's trying to give you a taste of your own medicine right now. Got it. Try to get you on exit here though. Good. Here he comes. On the inside or outside? You good? Holy shit.
Sir, you get the line I picked for you. It's not the other way around.
Should be able to hold him off here. P2's on the way. It's gonna make it spicy. Yeah, he's throwing everything at you back there. You can keep cool like this. I think you can keep him behind you. But he's trying everything, that's for sure. Don't weave. He got another P2. Holy shit. Dive bomb of the century. He's getting loose. Get him on exit. Get him on exit. Yeah! P2 on the inside. You got the run. You're closing it up. You're fully alongside. He's losing it. He's losing his momentum. P2. Woohoo! It's coming. All right, that just got you some space to breathe. This P2 doesn't screw you here, you might be able to run away now. Come on, Alex, don't screw us up. Good. Go, go, go. You got about enough for 4 more laps.
The front end is pushing now.
Okay. Just
But
do
I
what you
keep
can.
him behind.
Just do what you can. And we still got another 4 hours to go, so you don't have to keep them behind you. But it's great racing. I'm loving watching it. It's your car. You know what to do.
Mm-hmm.
P6 coming. Or P2 coming.
Yep.
Clear. Yeah, I see that front end's kind of pushing now. You got about 2.5 hours on those tires, so it makes sense.
Yeah.
I mean, even then, you're still making that Porsche behind you work for it, so. And he is losing ground. Still alongside. That's gonna cost you.
Yep.
Here we go. Commit, commit. Yep. It's gonna take you here.
Mm-hmm.
He just compromised the Porsche though too. Get that run. Nice. There we go. The Porsche has nothing on that. He's waiting. He's looking. There he goes. Whoo! That is close as shit. I'm not even racing. You got me sweating bullets, man. Keep it up. You're kicking ass. I think that's that Porsche that, yeah. Here we go again. If you can't beat him, hold him up.
It's a different driver at least.
Right.
Maybe this one has a brain.
2700i rating.
Here's letting me by.
Nice. That was polite of him.
Oh,
Really?
Perfect.
All right.
race
That'll be
plan.
our time to get, yep, that's our time to get Pat in the car. Do you want to try for optionals again, or do you want to just get just regular stop?
Do you think the car was hurt at all?
Doesn't look like it. I say run it out just like normal. Whatever serves,
Yeah,
serves.
run
Don't
it.
take more. I mean, we're in a great spot right now. Why waste it? Yeah, don't let him get this run on you through sunset. Defend the shit out of this.
Wait, does it count if he passes me?
Yes, this is still green flag. It's okay. We're gonna start right behind him when we get back to green, so. Race him, race him, race him. Nah, he's got it.
Damn.
Good fucking racing, though.
Yeah, it was a battle.
I didn't realize we were still racing. I would have.
Yeah.
I was slowing down.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, no, it was still a green flag lap. It was raced to the line.
Had I known that, I would just fucking kept them behind.
Sorry. Yeah, I thought you were still racing hard, so.
No, I let off, thinking it was full course caution.
No. So you guys are gonna park up right now. Man, that was a battle.
Wave 777.
Which I had known.
Wave
was
4.
Yeah, I almost said something. I just figured you knew. That's my bad.
Wave 91.
It looked like you were still in the throttle, so that's why I figured I wouldn't say anything. I was like, it looks like doing fine.
I was like lifting slightly.
Well, now you know for future.
78.
Huh?
And now you know for future.
Yeah.
Wave 72. Wave 16.
Fisher Motorsport car just complimented us on the battle.
Wave
He did?
316.
Yeah, I bet he liked it towards the end there.
Yeah, of course it did.
Yeah. I don't think he would have gotten that move pulled off if you hadn't backed off, so it's
Yeah,
unfortunate, but
like-
it is what it is.
Yeah, so
I mean, we still gained a hell of a lot of positions, and we're going to be right back in the thick of it here again.
into the thick of it. That was on used tires too.
Yeah, right. That's what I was thinking that whole time you were holding them off. I was like, damn, imagine if you had a fresh set of tires right now.
I'd be fucking running away.
Oh, yeah. You would have been closing in on those two cars in front of you. The only reason they were holding, or you were not closing that gap was because of that, I think.
I was trying so hard to get fastest lap
Yeah.
before I give it to Patrick.
Right. It was like, I'm going to just destroy this fastest lap time, and then I'm going to leave.
Yeah, like the thing is I couldn't. Because
That's
every
the
single time I
Dennys-
was about to get it, I was like 2/10, 3/10
Right.
up, and then an LMP would be right next to me.
Yeah,
So
it's
come on,
like, I'm just going to miss this corner real quick, and you can deal with that.
bro. Yeah.
Those were some fucking mega stints, though. Work.
Sitting pretty, that's for sure.
Not too bad for literally only driving the car for like 2 days.
Yeah.
I figured out the Mercedes. The Mercedes doesn't like trail braking, but it loves off coast, like
Mhm.
coasting into the corners.
You still got 25 laps in on that run.
Yeah. Dude, my VR headset is like super soaked.
Sweaty.
Yeah.
Dude, I was sweating just watching that.
Open. P2 leaders proceed at pace speeds. Remaining cars, please close any gaps to any car ahead.
Wait, are we going to a full caution, like a full lap now?
Pit lane is open, so we're going around to go pit.
Yeah, but is it gonna be a restart?
It's like last time.
Oh, okay, I see.
So we got fuel and tires checked, cool. Good racing out there, Dennis.
Thank you.
See if we can do something with that hard work you just put in. Now Patrick's gonna get his turn. I'm surprised they called another full course yellow so soon.
Yeah, that was quick. Jesus.
It must have been a
I mean,
real
there was a
dirty
lot of
track
car
once
damage.
everybody. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking too.
Yeah, there was a lot of people beating and banging, spinning off track. So
I mean, we were in a good chunk of it too. Got our own 4X from that Porsche incident.
Yeah.
Bring
I was
her
so
on
pissed
in.
with that fucking Porsche.
Right. To be fair though, it could have been a lot worse. It just sucks. I'm curious to see how that car is going to start handling now that we got fresh set of tires.
And it's cold.
Mm-hmm.
It's 78.
uh, 15 seconds left.
Okay. That'll serve itself.
Wait by 59.
Man, we're killing it today. This has been a fucking race, dude. And we're like 2/3 of the way in.
Ooh, you're so close.
What?
He's literally right next to you.
You're on delay.
Oh, am I?
Yeah,
Yeah.
Oh, my dumbass.
it's
I'm
fine.
still at the pit lane.
Hey, as soon as green flag hits, he's gonna go take the fight to him anyway, so.
Yeah, fuck him.
Oof,
Round
that
two.
38 on the left front.
Right.
What was what?
38% on the last time you went around.
Oh, I still could have driven a good amount on
Yeah,
it.
you could have at least finished that stint up.
Yeah. That's a Camber issue, though.
Car 63.
Yeah.
Please have car 223.
Actually, a lot of the
Car 177.
a lot of the stuff is Camber issue.
You're more than welcome to take a look at the set. Honestly, I haven't really been
Too late
able to
to
do
change
much.
it.
Well, yeah, but I mean, there are future races.
Oh yeah, that's true.
Yeah, Pat, pull it in. We're going to change the camber real quick.
Yeah.
Yep.
With how quickly that last one just went by, I wonder if we'll
gonna
see one more full course
to,
yellow.
I'm gonna switch to normal.
Okay.
Wait by 16.
Dennis is changing from sport mode to normal mode.
Wait by
Comfort Plus.
3.6.
Essentially.
Wait by 101.
Honestly, from the
Extra.
racing I just seen, it was more like Track Maniac.
By 76.
Hey, we didn't get a
don't-
black
don't
flag
doubt
for
my
it,
race.
so.
Don't doubt my racecraft.
No, I don't doubt your racecraft. I know you know your shit.
Wait by 90.
All I did was remind you of a couple rules and told you fucking send it.
Wait by.
That's all we should have to do.
Remind me about the other one.
Yeah, well, I was gonna say something, but it looked like you were still at full race speed, so I was just like, he probably knows.
91.
No.
Yeah,
I don't
sorry.
know.
Sorry, bud. Yeah, by the time I realized what you were doing, it was too late. The damage was already done. The guy had the line.
Feels bad, man.
I mean, we're still running exactly where we want to be.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, we're about to go to a green flag, and we got the top 5 guys right in front of us. 4 guys.
Wait by 83.
So even though you didn't get it on that run, we're still moving up the grid. And it brought it right back to us to that BMW that had that massive lead. He just lost that whole lead. He's got to do it all over again.
Yeah. Well, this time, luckily, Patrick has clean tires, new
Right.
fuel.
Yeah, stage has been set, Pat. It's time to go kick some ass.
I shall try.
Just do your best, man.
Got this.
I mean, honestly, we've been running
are
pretty-
We really are we
What's up?
really P8?
No, we're P5.
Oh,
So your overlay is messing up too.
yeah.
Yeah, we're P5 right now. Same as at the end of the green flag run. So we didn't lose or gain anything in that cycle.
End of line. Car 72. End of line.
Again?
Car 2.
Damn, that's the second time car 72's got an end of line.
Yeah, Jesus, what the hell they doing?
Right. Like, we
Car
don't understand
72.
how any of this stuff works, man. Right, Pat? Good luck out there, man. Oh, they're getting into it already up front. Whoa.
Fuck. I had to fucking slam on the brakes to
You're good. I saw. Gather back up, man.
Isn't there a road over here?
There's an access road, yep.
Yeah, no, that was
Ferrari on the
anyone
right,
lying
watch out.
down. Damn it.
It's okay. Shake it off, man. Still got another 4 hours to go.
I was busy watching in my mirror.
Yeah. I saw what happened. That Ferrari kind of checked up, and you're just like, oh, fuck. You did the
Well, I
right thing,
saw,
though. You were going to hit him otherwise, so, you know, you did
Yeah.
the appropriate thing, and you got off the track,
Like,
basically.
I knew there was an access road there, so I was hoping to just run wide and
Yeah, you caught the
not
grass.
spin.
What the hell? Lucas is going to try to take advantage of that if you let him. There you go. Get that run. You're clear. Just send it. So with everything changing up, Jake is set to do 24 laps at the end, so less than a full fuel stint. Oh, he's off. Rejoining. Should be good. You're good.
I wouldn't be surprised if they call another yellow.
Alright, this will be the lap I get my head out of my ass.
Starting now. He's looking. He's inside. Clear. I love it. That Lamborghini hit that bump, and the car literally just audibly goes. It caused the car to start revving up higher. Losing that sunlight. When Jake gets in, I think I'm going to go make myself something to eat and take a break for a second. Got the move complete. He had to back out. He doesn't have a response to that. Run away! Run away! He went too wide trying to keep the speed on you. Nice move, Pat. It looks like the P2s are going to start catching us soon. You want me to spot behind?
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay. Okay, you got two coming up. They should pass you here on the straight. Here he comes. You want to cut over early? If he takes it, he'll take the inside. Here, oh, he's. Yep, you're good. Outside. Ooh, that was a late move. Looks like they'll catch you on the straight. Here they come. Late move. Okay, and then you got another 2 on the way. I'd cut over early. Okay, here they come. Both of them. Got one more. Is going to catch you at Big Bend. Actually, might not catch you till the hairpin. You good? Run it. There he goes. Well executed, sir.
You know what I just realized?
What did you just realize?
I think Riddle Rocket Racing is the racing team for the college.
Probably. They race down in Florida. I actually
It's
talked
Andrew
to,
Riddle.
yep. I actually talked to, what's up?
That's the college.
Yeah.
Lol.
Yep. Yeah, that whole team consists of a bunch of guys that attended that college.
Lol. Fucking lol. Because that's so funny. I was like, why does that color scheme look so familiar? And I look at the front, I'm like, why is that eagle looking?
Why is this all so familiar?
Huh?
Why is this all so familiar?
Yeah, I'm like, wait.
Okay, you got 2 on the way,
Riddle Rocket, hold up.
Pat. Wait.
I should be driving for them.
How close is that school to you?
It was in Daytona. I used to live in Daytona when I went there.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, so you actually went there?
Yes.
Oh, okay. That's funny. Yeah, you should chat them up sometime. I was talking to Ryan Kaprowski for that assignment that I was doing for class. And that's how I started talking to those guys. They're a pretty cool team.
Yeah, that's funny. LOL.
Small world.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's telling me that they're basically that whole team consists of people that go to that school, and then they just kind of discuss race strategy like after class and then when they're studying and at the campus.
Oh my fucking god, dude.
Yeah. I'm like, that's awesome.
That's
You got
funny.
your whole race team right there, in-person
Yeah.
meetings.
Yeah. That's funny. We're faster than them.
For the most part, I think. Ryan's fast. I haven't really kept tabs on the rest of their team, but they had another guy that was in there in one of our practice sessions. He was quick too. He was flying.
Yeah.
It's good competition, if nothing else.
Oh yeah, for sure. I wonder if they're in the Formula SAE team, because I was in the Formula SAE team.
I don't know. He didn't tell me anything about that. As far as I know, I think they're only in this league. Man, I'm such a nerd. I'm like low-key so proud of right now how this stint schedule is shaping up. These things usually break after the first couple hours of racing for me. It's a good feeling to be able to tell a driver who hasn't talked to us at all since the race started, being like, hey, you're getting in the car precisely at 8:13. It's going to cut back to the inside. Both taking it. Yeah, well, you played a stupid game, you won a stupid prize. Oh, that's your boy Chris, too.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Rip.
Chris tried to make a move into a high-risk corner, and then Patrick had nowhere to go, so he sent him wide, basically. Dude had to back out. I mean, he tried to make the move stick, just there's not really a whole lot of space in there to go too wide.
Yeah, no, of course.
And of course, Patrick's like, I ain't fucking backing out.
You know I wouldn't.
Yeah, no, I don't expect you to. He did exactly what he was supposed to. Dude, that battle was just so fun to watch. You guys are out there killing it. Yeah, sorry I didn't let you know that it was still green flag. I just assumed you knew.
No, I didn't know, so I was like, oh, it's backing off, and then all of a sudden it's like, oh, you're racing. I'm like, what?
Yeah. Yeah, meanwhile, I literally talk your ear off about everything else, and then one time I'm just like, yeah, I think he's got this one.
Yeah.
I beat myself up about it too because I actually almost said it, and I was just like, I'm like, he doesn't need that information. He already knows. He's still on it. And then you start backing off at the long straight. I'm just like, what?
Yeah, and then as soon as you just said it, and the worst part is that he had the inside. I would have kept
Yeah.
the inside, but...
Yeah, no, literally it was like the last corner where like that could matter, and he got the inside early, and just there's nothing you could do at that point. I mean, you tried to make it stick.
Under, but
right.
He broke the apex.
Yeah. Yeah, I saw you try to salvage it, but too little, too late.
Yeah.
Oh well. You had a hell of a run though. 77 degrees. Must be a nice, cool track. How does it feel, Pat?
Decent grippy.
Good. It means when Jake gets in the car, he'll be right in a comfortable spot. You know, it won't be balls hot track. He can just focus on putting those laps down.
Damn, what the hell's happening up here? I feel like I gained a lot of time on some of these GT3s up here.
Probably just stacked up in a couple corners ahead of you. Take the fight to him, Pat.
You guys have done a great job so far.
Yeah, we're out here kicking ass, man. How's
Yeah,
your
a lot better.
Well, I mean, we made some small mistakes, but I mean, the thing is
I made it at the worst time though. Fuck.
Yeah.
I'm still beating myself up over it. It's so
What
bad.
happened?
when we stacked up on the second full course yellow. Oh, watch it. Bye bye. He was watching behind him because there was a lot going on behind him, and then they checked up in front of him, and before he knew it, he was having to brake too hard, and he pulled off the line to try to use the access road to bail out of the corner and caught the grass, and the car spun on him. But it was literally like it just went green, so like everybody went around. Got another off to the right.
Everyone's wrecking now.
It's more positions for us.
Yeah, P12.
I mean, compared to Daytona, we're doing magnificently.
P10 in sight. I mean, overall, like out of consistency, I feel like we've been running pretty well. I mean, we've had a couple small mistakes that have bit us, but like we've had a lot like tighter of a run. I feel like this has been a lot more organized. You know, everybody's been, you know, killing it on pace. It's just those small things that, you know, are really taxing it. I mean, when you're in a competitive field like this, those small things add up quick.
Yeah, I mean, the 3 times I checked, we were 4th, 5th, and 4th, so I mean,
Right.
and those are hours and hours apart.
What were we running before that last restart? P7?
Oh, I don't know.
Oh, I was more asking Dennis.
Yeah, but no one said anything.
I think we were around P7. Okay,
Moving.
gathered up. Got another one coming. Did you get a slowdown for that?
Yeah, just a little bit.
Man,
I mean,
I'm
there are a
tired.
lot of pockets. I bet you are. You've been here the whole time, huh?
For the most part. I got up a couple minutes at a time every once in a while, but I've been pretty much sitting here the whole time.
Nice.
To be fair, I haven't done any laps, so I can only be so tired in comparison to like Pat. Pat's been here basically the same amount of time as me, and he's also been racing.
Yeah.
Bet you're gonna be ready to put your
Sharing.
feet up after this next stint, huh, Pat?
Oh yeah.
You already know I'm doing that.
Right. Yeah, track's cooling off for you, Jake. It's looking good out there. Yeah, I mean, it's just a nice track. You should be able to get comfortable, get a groove on, and be good for the end of the race.
Nice.
I will say this much, though. In comparison to Daytona 24, we've been on the lead lap in our field the whole race.
Yeah, it's really good.
Oh, yeah. Considering we're still running P10, I mean, these guys have given us a pretty good fight. I feel like we're doing a really good job out here. I mean, there's always some room for improvement, but I don't feel like we had a bad run at it so far.
Yeah, I mean, compared to the other Mercedes, really good.
I don't know what happened with those guys. They, like, fell apart, like, as soon as the green flag dropped at race start. And they just
Yeah.
haven't picked up the pace since. Okay, you got 3
Yeah.
P2s behind you, Pat.
Oh,
Holy shit.
I did not know there was a car there.
Does that speak of the devil?
I was not expecting to see headlights.
They're getting loose behind you. Right.
Oh shit.
Here they come. They're gonna both try to take it here. He's giving you space. You're good. Now he comes. I'm gonna go look back at that. I want to see what that was about. Looks like he binned it all on his own. Yeah, he tried to go too hot into that T2 and spun it right in front of all of those cars that were in front of you.
The top 5 up there.
Oh yeah.
Good, no slow down.
You still
I
got
feel like
4
Jaden
laps to
got
make a
one.
move.
No, you didn't. Damn. Oh yeah, he did.
Rip.
I was gonna say he definitely cut.
Hey.
There's one. They're making moves on each other up front, slowing each other down, bringing you right into it. That Lambo just braked. I don't know what he's doing, but
Fuck over there.
you can come over. You're good. You got the line. You're clear. P2 on the way. Here he comes. Ha ha ha, he still kept it though. Nice, Pat. Right, you got another P2 on the way. He's got to go through another 2 cars to get to you though.
Oh,
Get a little loose up there.
yeah. Jeez.
I assume we're double stinting at this point, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, you're gonna be double stinting for your time in the car too.
Yep. Yep.
Yeah, with where we're at, we're gonna have 2 extra sets to spare at the end of this race.
Okay, that's good.
Yeah, not bad at all. Could have probably made it 3 extra sets, but we decided to take a set in the hotter part of the day because we weren't sure.
Mm-hmm.
When Dennis tells me the tires will hold, I should probably listen. Isn't that right, Dennis? I said, when you tell me the tires will hold, I should probably listen.
Yeah, they do.
Yeah. Three more laps, Pat.
My mom
It makes me wonder how much further, a little bit further ahead we would have been if we didn't take tires.
Who knows? We can sit here and split hairs all night, but we're running P6 right now.
I mean, it's a good recovery from that.
Mm-hmm.
The only thing that can happen now is I totally ruin it once I get in the car.
Yeah, Jake, please don't put that on this race.
No.
I have faith in you. Don't do that to me, man.
No.
I mean, honestly, just get out on track and race to what you're comfortable with. I mean, we're in a good
Yeah.
spot, you know. I know you know how to handle the car. So just, you know, get your groove. If you feel comfortable pushing, push. If not, just chill out and, you know, run those laps down. You should be in a good spot when you get in the car, though, in terms of how the car's feeling and how the race is going. So, have fun.
Oh yeah. Definitely.
He just blocked up that Lambo. Nice. That'll help you.
Remember to box this lap.
Yep.
Yep.
My mom's just called you guys out for cursing.
Sorry, Mom.
Sorry, Mom.
I
think
shouldn't
it
have put
was
the
me.
link on Facebook.
There it is.
I don't do it, Mom. That's the important thing.
Hi, Mom.
Yeah.
Jake does not condone our actions. You can rest assured that your son is a saint. Meanwhile, over here, the degenerates.
I'm only hanging out with people in the mid-20s. It's okay.
The degenerates?
Sorry, I was projecting. I'm more just talking about myself.
Ah, okay, correct. Good.
Yeah,
She
it's
says
too
you're forgiven.
perfect.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Forgiven and loved.
But not forgotten.
Definitely not.
I am turning down some shit.
There it is.
Great
As soon as we're
opportunity to-
forgiven, Pat just goes and cusses again.
Oh, whoops.
Hey, Shay.
Ah, that's awesome.
Sorry, Mom.
Sorry, Mom.
It's only a little racist.
Oi, mate, your teeth broken like mine.
I think his are okay, actually.
There it is. Time to have
Yeah,
a side-by-side
Yeah,
fight. Yeah. He's just
There
like,
we
fuck it.
go.
I don't know if that was a
Yeah.
good move, but fuck it.
Oh, you
Sorry.
you overcut.
Again.
The Riddle team got
Black flagged, I see.
black flag down.
Well, I won't bother with Shay. I won't.
Hey, I'm not sure how I feel about the racing out of the pit lane, but hey, it worked.
We are side by
I mean-
side.
It's
Yeah.
not illegal, is it?
I don't think so.
No, it's totally illegal.
I never saw anything about it.
I also love that Audi's just like, yeah, nah. And just backed out.
Yeah, he's like, this motherfucker's more. Oh, sorry. This guy's crazier than me.
Oh, yeah.
My mom said she's gonna leave so we can cuss.
Okay. Honestly, I don't like that I cuss on stream myself, so it's just kind of funny because I do catch myself doing it a lot. Meanwhile, Patrick.
As long as there are no hard R's.
Hey,
It's-
boys, P3.
It's okay as long as we say sorry, Mom, afterwards.
Yes. Right. It's like,
Are we P3 right now?
Yeah.
Shows 4 on the side of your car.
yeah, it says 4.
Well, it'll say 3 when I cross the line.
There it is.
You're not P3.
You were P3 when you came out of the pits.
Yeah,
Or when you
but
pit.
that's because we had to.
That's it, Pat. You got to make good on your promise now. P3 it is. Go
Oh,
get it.
is.
Yeah, there you go.
Oh, we are P3. What the hell?
Yeah. It
Alright.
didn't update until that next lap.
Yeah, I guess.
So the next car ahead is that Porsche that we were just battling with. He is going out of Big Bend right now. And ahead of him is the Lamborghini. They're out of the hairpin just now. It's not too far up the road. Oh, Patrick's got the fastest lap of the race, 59.1.
Oh, really? That's the fastest lap?
Yeah, I was in the last stint.
For us.
Sorry, Dennis.
Oh, did he have it?
Dennis was going for it though.
No, because like every single I had my fastest was a 59 to 69 or 96, whatever. And every single time I was 2 or 3 tenths up, an LMP remained.
Yeah, there was multiple times where he could have easily started to get into like the 58s, and he just kept getting screwed over every time he was on a good run.
Yeah. There was one time I was like 4 tenths up. I'm like, yes, and then it was the LMP that almost spanned himself on the hairpin.
Yeah, he locked his
That
brakes
was on
up
the
and then
race, yeah.
completely had zero run off the corner.
Yeah, that one.
They
That's the
basically
one
just
that-
parked it. I wonder if there's any teams that have gotten a black flag for instant points yet.
I am sure.
They were keeping it pretty clean until those last 2 full course yellows. I think a lot of people started racking up instant points. Man, I'm loving watching this Audi and Merc duke it out though. Blast from the past, baby.
You guys behind me are fucking quick.
Oh yeah.
Like, I don't know if I'll be able to hold them up.
Well, if you need to facilitate a pass, go for it. Stand to gain more, letting them go and taking them to catch Pascal.
Or
Yeah, I'm not gonna block or anything.
Yeah, just let it play out.
or just use my spirit.
Yeah, channel your inner Dennis. Go get that Grand Slam. I'm just waiting for Dennis to be like, fuck you, sorry mom.
Well, she's gone, so it's chill.
Yeah. Okay, business as usual, boys. Cuss up like sailors.
Yeah, basically. I did put it wasn't for kids.
There it is.
And there wasn't an option for not for parents, so.
Yeah. It's okay, we covered our bases when we started saying sorry, mom.
Yeah. I mean, that's all you need.
Dad doesn't care, though.
He probably doesn't know.
Dad's like, fucking send it.
No, he wouldn't say that. He'd be like, well, I don't even know. He never watches these things. He's also out of town. You know.
At least mom's got your back.
It's actually the first time I've seen her in the chat, or out of any of my streams so far.
And she promptly makes fun of the British person.
Yeah, basically. And then promptly leaves.
Our parents great.
Yeah.
Chipping away at Pascal.
Pascal Verlaine?
That's what I was thinking.
I just realized
Yeah,
I never did the update on that sheet. Hold on.
Well, I mean, everyone who needs to know is in here now. So
Right.
I'm not going to be able to look at it at this point.
I mean, we're on pace to have another this stint, and then you're just gonna get in the car. So after that, I guess we don't really need it.
Yeah.
Oh,
Oh.
This is interesting. This is interesting.
So what's the plan now?
I
That's
mean,
your second stint on that. Those tires probably fill up with
I'm
fuel.
Yeah, I'm just keeping them on.
Yeah.
And that was only a couple laps.
You can finish up serving those optionals too.
Honestly, don't even fill up with fuel.
I'm
Don't
not.
even
Yeah,
fill-
I'm
Don't.
not even filling up.
Stay out.
Stay out.
Yeah. Yeah, we're so late in the race and we're already at P3. Might as well just stay out, get to the front of the line.
Exactly.
This race is a big spicy meatball.
Oh yeah. I'm surprised that we got up to P3 so quickly again.
I know, like how?
I mean, when after that incident, you were down to like P14, P15, and then like an hour went by and you were in third place again.
I know, like.
I mean, that just shows how strong the pace we've had.
Oh yeah.
I mean, I passed a couple cars, but.
We had a lot of people that we were
passed
passing
the
that
whole
were like facing the wrong way.
I know.
Yeah.
Like literally that past hour, I think there was like
And a
3
lot
or
of
4
people got
cars.
drive-thrus, actually. I was
That
looking
too.
at the chat. There was like a bunch of people with drive-through.
Yeah, that'll do it. I mean, we were still so closely packed that that drive-through made the difference.
Yeah.
That's good though. It kind of nullified that accident we had.
P2 leader, proceed at pace
Okay.
speed.
I
Remaining cars,
am going to brush my teeth real quick.
Okay.
Thank you.
They didn't do weight buys for lappers. Is that like.
You should probably tell them they probably forgot. Oh, I guess they're gonna do the wave by later.
Oh, yeah, I guess, never mind. I'm thrown off. We have to go by.
72, you can't pass.
Wait, what's going on
I
now?
think the Lambo fucked up.
So everybody's going around them.
Yeah. But then now the order's fucked up again.
Right.
Like, who was that? Who was that fucker that just blew by everyone on the outside?
They need to restart it again because now the order's fucked. Someone saved the screenshot. and send it to them. Because once they go past the line, it's gonna show us different. Because some people went by us that were behind us before the thing started. That needs to be put into the chat like now.
I'm gonna put it in the VSCA channel.
Yeah, because the Lambo didn't go, so then people that were behind us went past us. So if they cross the line, it's gonna show them as ahead of us. And then if they didn't catch that, they're gonna say that we were behind them.
Yeah, I want to see if they changed positions here.
Yeah, we lost position.
Yeah, we lost one.
No, we're leading. They pitted.
That's
Both
P1.
those guys pitted. We're leading.
Car 97, ignore, car 97, ignore, car 97, stop, and ignore, please, just stop where you're at. Car 9, thank you, just pull to the side, please, car 97, pull to the side.
Okay.
I was wondering why.
All right, now we're extra in front, boys.
Yeah.
Patrick's like, I want to do that too.
Everyone else is.
How much fun everyone else is having.
Alright, everyone should just be quiet, let Patrick
Yep.
focus.
Good luck, Patrick.
Thank you.
Did the car behind him just blink for you guys too?
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, he's gonna blink right through me.
Right.
He didn't blink for me.
Well, that's a tactic.
Yeah, force the air. Still alongside. Still in the fight, man. It's going to be a long 18 laps.
Oh yeah.
Good defend. Can we just appreciate real quick how many Porsches are in this field and none of them are in this group? It's a Beamer, Merc, Audi, and then Lambo.
That's great. Remember, the BMW people were complaining about unfair BOP.
Right. Yeah, that BMW in front's loving it right now.
Yeah.
And then P5's the Porsche, so we got literally all the classes represented, right?
Except for the McLaren.
Well. I mean, if that doesn't show how good this BOP is right now, I don't know what does.
Well, I mean, there isn't a BOP, to be fair.
There is. The BOP is done on iRacing's side. They just use 100% fuel.
Oh, wait. No. I thought you were saying that the BOP they did was really good. And I was like, well, they didn't really.
Yeah, they didn't have to do any work. They literally just used what iRacing made.
Well, iRacing... I thought iRacing affected... they added like 12 kilograms and reduced fuel on 2 of the cars.
I don't know.
I could have sworn it was like 2 of them. I don't remember which 2. It wasn't the Mercedes or the Ferrari. But...
Patrick, do you want us to let you focus?
No, you're fine.
Okay. Yeah, I don't know if they have that for this league. I didn't see any weight penalties.
Nope.
Just the fuel.
There weren't any fuel penalties, I don't believe.
Well, no, because it's all done internally, is what I was saying. iRacing, like, we have 28-gallon tank. The Lambo's got, I think, 27.1.
Well, yeah, that was with the update.
Yeah. So it's all BOP'd already
sizes.
Internally.
Yeah, I guess that kind of makes sense.
So you ready to get in the car after Pat's done, Jake?
Yeah, sure. How much time do I have? I got a while.
Yeah, you got
like
a
35 minutes.
Yeah, he's got to do another 15 laps. That's about 30 minutes on the dot.
Yeah. Man, the leader's doing mid-58s.
Nice.
That's insane.
So much for that precisely 8:13 p.m.
You'll get it at 9:59.
Right. If everything checks out with this stint, he should be out of the car at about 8:30.
Okay.
That gives you an hour and a half comfortably. That is literally at the distance, I think. Yeah.
Yeah. Probably like 42 laps done.
They have another full course yellow. We'll just get you in the car.
Yeah. I'd be very surprised if that happened during his stint.
Right. And considering the drama they just had to do to get that all figured out, I don't think they want to do it.
Yeah.
Still alongside, you got the run. Damn. It's hard to fight that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I knew it was just a matter of time. I was running about my best laps, and I knew I was holding them up.
Right.
We're still in a good spot, though.
Oh yeah, you're doing your best out there. You're making it look good.
Obviously, the Mercedes just wasn't fairly BOP.
Right. Yeah, it's all the BOP's fault.
Yeah.
But now you're in a perfect spot because you got space to run before that Porsche catches you. Take the fight to these guys if you want to. You got the fuel in the tank to make it worth your time if you want to make a move and try to take the fight to them. You know what I mean? It's not like you're just about to go in.
He's doing his best.
Oh yeah.
It's good.
Keep it up, Pat. You're doing great.
Slow down for him. Has to be. No?
Doesn't look like it.
Lambo?
Damn, that last corner, he looked like he cut quite a bit.
Well, maybe he's just waiting to do it in the turn.
Right. Watch out for a brake check. My question is, where are the P2s?
Yeah, they should have been.
I was just thinking that.
I guess that's what happens with the Gold Coast Yellows, having them catch up.
Well, I mean, at the same time, too, you literally were staring the last one down when we went green, so they got a lot of work to do to get up through that pack again to get to you guys.
Like
And they can be fast as hell, but once they start running in traffic, you know, it does slow them down.
I'd imagine that they're in it at this point.
Yeah, we should start seeing them soon. Hopefully they can start slowing up that car in first place a little bit, bring them back to us.
Oh, that was an accident. I didn't mean to type sorry.
The first set of prototypes are coming soon.
Oh yeah, 10 seconds.
Nice one, Sean.
Who's Sean?
Infinity's in my chat right now.
Oh.
I'm pretty sure it was what we were talking about earlier about using your flashing your lights. He goes, I heard flashing your lights works like a flashbang.
It's really nice to do it to epileptic drivers.
Yeah. Yeah, real considerate.
Yeah.
Alright, the P2s are coming.
It helps them warm their tires. Ooh, the Lambo had a little wiggle.
Right. Here they come.
They're not gonna get you into the front.
Nope, you're good. Here he goes. The next two should get you on the exit here. One.
The other one's gonna wait.
And two. Clear. Got some room to breathe.
This one's gonna get you on the straight.
Inside.
Outside, you mean?
What was the inside of Sunset?
Okay.
Thinking the corner he's in, not the corner he's going to. Yeah, Sean, this Merc buffs out pretty nicely. Oh, it's getting busy out here.
Yeah.
My internet just crashed.
Do you want to talk about? Let's talk in another chat, man. We're kind of in the middle of something really big
Okay.
right now. I'll be right back, guys. Let's go back to DRG Gold. I'm just still trying to figure out how we went from P15 to P1 to P5 so fast, like in that range.
Those are actually good.
Right.
It's amazing what happens when other people don't screw you over.
Hold on. Looks like Sean just jumped over there. I'll be right back. Hey.
Hola.
So yeah.
Problem.
What's up?
I don't have him added as a friend. And I can't watch his official session unless somebody's in there.
Okay. So I don't know if I join. I don't think I'm able to join off him. Maybe as a spectator.
Yeah, that's
Okay.
what I was gonna do.
Okay.
However, you still haven't accepted my friend request.
Didn't realize you sent one. I just assumed I already was your friend. Hold on.
See how it is.
Hold on. Hold on. See, here's the thing: is iRacing doesn't actually tell you notifications when you get requests.
It doesn't tell you at all.
Really? That's weird.
Yeah. Yeah, I just accepted it.
I got it. If you could register for the session and join, I could just join off of you.
Right. I'm gonna do that then. Fuck. Do you think you'll be okay for another 4 laps or so?
Who, me?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I'm great.
Okay. I'm gonna get to the end of this stint, and then I'm gonna switch over if that's okay with you guys. Because I want to get this time down so I can figure out their scheduling thing, so that way we can get Jake the accurate information.
That's fine.
So I'll do that as soon as Jake gets in the car. I'll hop over there and then I'll jump back in once I'm done.
All right, 10-4.
How's your race going so far, Sean? Did you guys crashed out, didn't you?
Let's see. I really don't want to know our position.
Right. Is it a
They were
shit
like
show?
20 laps down. We continuously got wrecked by other people.
Sounds about right.
And what's weird, the average IR is like, it's like just shy of 2,000, which I believe is pretty decent for road course racing. So, whatever. Held first for a few hours.
Right. Meanwhile, we just keep getting a taste of first place and then we lose it.
At least you're getting a taste.
Right. I mean, considering at one point we went down, Patrick made a small mistake that turned into a big mistake. And we went from like P7 to P15. And then like within the hour after going to P15, we somehow found ourselves in like the lead.
Wow.
Which
Dude,
is like, I mean, you know, like in a public session, like, yeah, that could happen. Like it's understandable, but like This is a really competitive field. I have no idea how we jumped 14 spots in this field. So.
Man, that's friggin'. You're in the VSCA, right? You
Yeah.
are? That's friggin' amazing, dude.
Yeah, we're having a great race out here. Should
Damn,
field
what's
more
the-
cars. You guys can all experience this. It's actually a lot of fun.
I mean, I'm totally down for it. I don't know. I think it's a mix of a few different things that I probably can't say on stream.
Right.
But you know, I mean, maybe in the future.
Right. Well,
Like,
we do want to field 2 cars next year, so I'm sure there'll be something to talk about later on.
All right. Definitely.
Cool.
All right.
Looks
You
like-
gotta go, Eden.
What's
to
up?
help him out. Were you able to register, or were you still in that session?
I'm still waiting for another 2 laps. Looks like Pat's got to do, and then I can get him the data that he needs, and then I can jump over.
That's fine.
No rush.
Man, second place is only 5 seconds up the road. First is 8. It's still pretty close.
Keep her going.
Oh, we are. Patrick's getting tired, though, I can tell. He's been in the car all day. I mean, he basically got on when I got on, and the difference between me and him is I've been spotting the whole time, and he's been racing the whole time.
How long's he been in the car?
He's done about 6 hours now.
Dang.
He's finishing up on his 6th hour.
Not all in one go, right?
No, he's done 2 or 3 2-hour stints.
Ah.
Yeah, so far it's only been
Did
him
he-
and Dennis in the car, and then Jake's gonna finish up the race here when Pat gets out.
You do your stints by hourly?
Usually, I mean that's how big a fuel tank or long a fuel tank lasts for these cars.
Oh, okay, I forgot. Yeah, no, ours is it's like 20. I think it's 23 is the sweet spot for us for fuel. So we have to go off of fuel and tires.
23 gallons or 23 laps.
23 laps.
Yeah, we're going 28, 29 if we're saving a little bit of fuel.
Ah, all right. We've been able to, from what I know, like triple stint, almost quadruple stint the tires.
What car?
Yeah, that's not an option for us.
LMP.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. This man's like, how are you doing 22 laps and quadruple stinting your tires?
We added an extra turbo before or after inspection.
Yeah.
Didn't see it.
Yeah, that Merc is after like
Solid.
the most we've been able to get out of is 2.5 stints. With how the full course yellows work, we can afford to go in, grab fuel, and like halfway through the stint.
Hey, tell me when you pass the start finish line, Cole.
In 3, 2, 1, pass.
Okay. I'm probably about 5 to 8 tenths off on the stream.
You just watching off of Emily's stream?
Yeah.
Cool. Right, Patrick's coming in next time around. I should be able to give him the data that he needs now. 12:29. He's gonna do about 12:31. You know what I will say? Unlike the Daytona race, we've been comfortably on the leaderboard pretty much this whole time.
Oh yeah.
Yep. I mean, before we barely got onto the leaderboard like once during the race. for the
Yeah, we
VSCA
like
broadcast.
covered in like the very bottom of it for a few
Mhm.
hours, I think, and that was it. Oh, sailing.
We got another about to do the same. Here it comes. So you got to finish this, and then you go back in the car for
for a double in a bit.
Yeah. How many guys do you guys have on that team running the event?
3 for this race. We'll have 4 for the Nürburgring race. Yeah, that 3rd edition, like I said earlier, was very last minute.
Yeah, honestly, it's a real pain to run a 12-hour event with less than 3 people.
Yeah.
If you can get it, like, honestly, like the way we played this with having a team of 3, like, if you can get a good group of 3 people together, you can tackle a 12-hour event pretty competently.
Oh, yeah.
So that's like just enough people to kind of cover for when the other people start wearing out, that they can kind of take breaks.
Yeah, I agree.
Plus with GT3 it kind of works nicely because usually the stints are about an hour a piece anyway.
Yeah, it's pretty
So you break it into
symmetrical.
4s.
Yeah.
I realized I wasn't muted. Sorry if I burp.
You're good.
Sorry, Mom.
Sorry, Mom.
I think she actually is watching right now. So good on you.
There you go.
My sister is bringing me cookies. I can't eat them right now, Mom. That's a problem.
Eat the cookies, that's a team order.
Okay. So is it okay if I stop the car while I do it?
Right. Like, hold on, let me just put this in park.
Yeah.
What kind of
Cookie break.
Yeah, that's actually the deciding factor. What kind of cookies?
Thank you. I'll check them when I get a chance to see them.
Right.
They're probably like oatmeal glaze or something.
Yeah,
Those great value ones.
Yeah, that's a reason to stop.
That's a pass.
They're alright. Maybe I'll have one at the pit stop.
There you go. There's a thought. Just don't forget this pit stop's gonna be real short.
Oh yeah. No pissing then.
Oh.
Unfortunate.
Tragic.
Man, Patrick was like on it.
Oh yeah.
Compared to me right now. Doing 201s. I mean, that's what I said I'd do, but
Right.
I was thinking it might be closer than that.
I
Seeing what he
mean,
was doing.
just go out there and race where you practice. I mean, that's the whole reason why you practice.
Yeah.
I mean, Patrick practiced, you know, full on it, and it's okay. Got it up. Hold on. Got a car coming.
Okay, when am I good?
Having trouble seeing that side. Hold on.
I'm just gonna. Sorry, boys.
Shit, I can't see anything.
I'm good
You got a
now.
car coming. I think you got a gap here. Go, 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 go.
Good.
Yep. Sorry, man. I couldn't see shit.
Yeah, you're good.
I'm literally fumbling around with the camera. So what happened was you were going one way, and I tilted the camera that way, and when you hit reverse, it tilted it back the other way. It switched the orientation on me, so I'm like, that doesn't help at all.
Alright, that's the one mistake I'm allowed.
Dang it, Jake, you bent the wing.
Did I?
Eh,
Oh.
rip.
How badly?
It's not too bad. It's not great. It's not bad. So what happened there anyways? Did it just get out from under you?
I think I might have took the corner too fast and then tried to still hit the apex.
Right.
And then it just got loose. I was kind of close to saving it. Not really. I don't think any amount of opposite
At a
lock
certain
would've
point
helped.
with this car, it'll just go. That's kind of looking like what that is exactly what happened for you.
Yeah.
Once this car is gone at like a certain angle, it's kind of hard to bring it back. And even if you do, usually it just snaps back the other way.
Yeah, I've noticed that a lot.
hmm
Car pace doesn't seem affected that much because I'm 2 tenths up on my best right now.
Yeah, it didn't seem like you were too far off.
Yeah, once I get back into the groove.
That's good.
Yep.
Usually wing damage isn't a good sign, so.
Yeah, I mean, we're pulling away from 11th, so.
Top 10 still possible.
Yeah, I mean. We were 7th, so my bad, but.
Yeah, it happens.
Did Dennys make any mistakes today?
Dennis's only mistake was not being properly informed that when the full course yellow comes out, that you still have to finish the lap at full speed.
Is it really my mistake?
I said you weren't informed.
Well, you
That's
should
not
look
my
at the rulebook.
Yeah, so
That too.
Yeah,
Yeah, read some rules.
Yeah, you know what? No.
Read some books.
My brain's only good for one thing: driving. That's it.
Okay. I don't have time for that reading thing.
How do you have a girlfriend then?
Huh?
How do you have a girlfriend then?
She also drives.
Yeah,
Your girlfriend's
it's all
car.
making sense now.
Yeah. Yeah, no, she's a car girl. Well, yeah, she's a car
That's
girl.
good.
as well.
I'm
She's a
having
car.
Morph mine. Yeah.
Huh?
She's a car that I say is a girl.
There it is.
Yeah. I have one of those as well.
So you don't have an auto fuel calculator
No,
that like just fuels you to the end of the race?
doesn't do it for me. I have something that tells me about what I'll need, I think, if I
Okay.
look at it the right way.
I was gonna say because I have like through Race Lab apps, I have it set to always auto fuel me to end a race.
Oh,
So
I
what
wish-
it does
oh,
is
I need to... Yeah. I need to do that. Then I'll find it next time.
Yeah. What it does is that, like, if, you know, say I have more than an hour left, it'll just give me max fuel. But say I have 40 minutes left, it'll give me 40 minutes worth of fuel. So it just
Right now it's
automatically
saying-
always does it.
It's saying 20.7 gallons on average. Minimum 19.8.
That's
I
a little
guess
bit off
21
from my
gallons.
data, so we'll have to figure that out. Oh man. I don't think I want to see Sebring for a little while after this.
I like to say I'm fairly comfortable with it by now, but I don't think it's ever going to be my bread and butter.
I think I've seen pretty much every one of these 298 laps that have been done here so far in this car. That's not including the warm-up. I'll just imagine the fun. Just using my Porsche room that's connected to nothing right now. I'm getting to that point of the night where I'm just going to start getting loopy.
Oh, we're nearly in crunch time now, so.
Oh yeah. Looks like you got about another 5 laps after this one.
Yeah.
So we're about right on schedule. You're about a minute into a 2-minute lap, and you got 5 to go. So yeah, you'll be getting in the pits about 11:20 like we projected, and that should make all our fuel work out. I'm going to leave you at 21.1. I'll double check it before we get you in the pits officially, but I think we should be good there.
Yeah, it's gone down actually to 20.6, so I don't see why it wouldn't work.
Yeah. Looks like you need to do 2 more laps and you were going to meet your requirement. And then we won't get disqualified. Yep.
Huh. Okay.
So it turns out it was barely a stint.
Could have sworn it said 33 and then 41 by the end of the race.
When you're in the pits, tell me how much the optionals are too. I'm curious what that little knock did to that car. And it can't be much. I think it just looks a lot worse than it is because it's the wing.
Yeah, probably.
Because you don't even have any damage on the rear bumper. Like, it's just the wing.
Well, that is the furthest rearward in the car.
Right. Yeah, but when we damaged the car before at Daytona, there was a couple times where we damaged the rear bumper, but we never damaged the wing. The wing stayed straight the entire race.
Was that from wall contact or car contact?
From everything. It never bent. Even when we hit the wall at 150, it never bent. I don't know how that happened. I think it was because the front hit first, and it caused us to bounce away from the wall.
Maybe.
But I don't think we ever contacted the wall on the rear when that happened. But we did get a couple scrapes, like when we took small damage, it kind of scraped the rear bumper. And yes, I did specifically pay attention to these things because I was upset at every little cosmetic thing. I'm just like, it's an imperfection in the car. Oh, man.
Character.
Right. It's got battle scars.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, the battle scars is literally just hitting the wall.
Wrong wall.
Yeah.
Car didn't win.
I
Car
fought
never
the
wins.
wall and the wall won. Tires unchecked, fuel checked. I got 21.1 gallons. It should see us to the end.
Yeah.
Give you that extra
probably.
gallon just in case they run an extra lap after the finish line.
That is the worry.
I mean, it's not like we're battling for P1 right now. We can have a little bit of leeway, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Box in, box in. 11:20 on the dot. You got 0.5 gallons. Let me bump you down to 20.6. because you're adding 20
How's
points.
it going, boys?
Doing all right.
Good.
Hey, when you add 20.6, if you already have 0.4 gallons, it adds it to that, right?
I think so.
No.
Okay. And we're
What
going
it
back to
does,
21.
Whatever you add on that thing, it adds up to that.
Okay. Well, I'm back up at 21.1 then.
Yeah, surprisingly, optional repairs 3 minutes.
That's not too bad considering the wing.
Yeah, I mean, not gonna take any of it though.
No. Yeah, take it all. We can make it up later.
Wait, what do you mean? I mean, I've already gone now.
I'm just fucking around. Like, yeah, we can make it up later. We can make it up in the last 40 minutes of the race.
So what position are we in?
Just got out of pits right now. Looks like
came in
we.
sixth.
Looks like we're running 7. I think we are gonna
I don't think
get
that's
shifted
accurate.
down spot or 2.
Probably tonight. Thanks, Mom.
Here come the lads. About to go 3 wide.
Not really trying to fight this guy. He just kind of
Yeah.
was slow on the inside.
Right. He ended up holding the P2s up.
Yeah, it's really cool with this track how you can keep the inside. I hang it around the outside at turn 1. And you're not just SOL.
Yeah, it's a pretty good track for going side by side.
Yeah, I couldn't see the track there for a second. Yeah. I mean, there are certain places where it's a little sketch, but yeah.
Don't we know it? Isn't that right, Dennis?
No, he disagrees. He's talking to his car girlfriend.
There you go. Can't say I blame him.
Full course yellow.
Oh shit.
Full course yellow.
What do we do?
Okay, now we have too much fuel. You're gonna just stay out. Yeah, just stay out.
Okay.
All right, buddy.
Am I
So,
still gonna finish? Yeah, I have already.
So yeah, you're staying out no matter what. Stay up to the front of the line. They're gonna put him right in front of your face.
Why is this person going so slow?
It's gonna be a shootout, Jake.
Oh boy.
Oh, this race just got even spicier. I love this.
And I'm down on straight line speed, yay!
It'll be fine.
Only like a mile or 2.
Yeah. Just go out there and race where you feel comfortable at. Like, if you don't feel comfortable taking the fight to a certain guy, don't bother. But if you feel like you can take them, if they're right in front of you, you're not going to get a better shot than this. So yeah, let them sift each other, sift through the pack and see who you can take here.
Gotcha.
But yeah, don't bend the car just to try to make an extra move stick, you know.
Yeah.
Bring her home in one piece. Make us proud.
What am I hearing?
I don't know. Probably Dennis's girlfriend. The car's talking back. Or the his girlfriend's like, door ajar.
You saw the car? Oh my god.
Oh man, this race is gonna get good. Hopefully they rip through this full course yellow fast so we have some time to actually take advantage of this.
Yeah.
Crazy.
Oh yeah, it's a shootout, baby. You ready for this, Jake?
Oh man, 10th and 11th are right behind me, basically.
Yeah, that's the catch of it, is it got you up to the guys in front, but it also brought all the guys behind you back up.
Well, there are more lappers in front of me than behind me.
Right. Just go out there and race to what you're comfortable with. If you feel comfortable, push and push.
Okay.
So whatever you do, don't bin it.
No, this pace lap's usually pretty quick.
Yeah,
so.
yeah, they're gonna start going fast here because they got to go catch up to the P2s. So.
Yeah.
Send it.
Just send it, Jake.
Okay.
Team orders, send it. Look the post stamp, everything.
Alright.
Lick the envelope. Oh my god, I'm getting tired.
Honestly, if you just keep the car on the road, I feel like we'll end up with a pretty good finish.
Right.
I think
Well, you still got to be able to put the power down because he's got guys behind him that want his spot too.
Yeah.
Just go out there and race what you're comfortable with. If you feel comfortable pushing it, go.
Yeah, I'd just probably after a lap that'll be good because I really do like it when it's underneath half of the tank. I think.
Right. Hey, I can't throw the weight around if it doesn't have any weight in it.
Yeah, precisely.
We've got about 15 gallons left.
14.9.
Buzz that limiter.
I mean, they're going to be going here, so...
Yeah. Yeah, but he can't pass before the start-finish line, so he's got to just kind of roll with the... Yep. Late apex. Power on, baby. Good luck out there, Jake. It's your track, man.
Thank you. It is actually like an hour away from my hometown, so...
Nice. Oh, watch out for this guy in front of you. This guy's crazy. Got a Lambo off. Clear. As for position, yeah. Yeah, keep an eye out for the 72 car. He's been racing weird all race.
Okay.
Might be able to make a move here if you feel comfortable.
Ew.
There it is.
Nice pass.
Yeah, and to be honest, the exit was hardly...
P7's 2 seconds up the road.
Okay.
Corey's gonna damn near bin it behind you just to try to make a move. Corey's gonna be feisty, so watch out. I'll keep my eye on him.
Yep. Yep. Yep.
Yeah, he's not ready for that. Yeah, just don't let him get in your head.
Yeah, I won't even look at him.
There it is.
Oh, I kind of had to there.
You gained one and lost one.
Oh,
killed me
there's
if I turned in.
There's a wreck behind. That bunched
was
them all up, so that's good
It was
for
a
you.
dangerous rejoin for him, yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, Corey kind of was on a kamikaze right there.
Yeah, that was either a bailout or you're dead.
Yeah.
It's okay. You got him right where you want him. You're in his draft.
He's really fast, though. I don't know if I'll be able to keep up.
Just do what you can, man. The opportunity presents itself, send it.
Yeah, maybe I'll just do the same thing next lap.
I mean, you got a good gap to the guys behind now because of that whole kerfuffle, so you can focus forward. And you got a position right there waiting for you for it. Yeah, tuck in there. Guy's gonna give it to you. You clear? You good? Yeah, whatever you do in T1 there, don't tighten up on that wheel if you see it start going. Just open that corner up, it'll keep the car balanced. Even if you had to take a little dirt, you got X's to play with, so. Good news is there's a lot going on up there, so they might start holding each other up and bring themselves back to you.
Sounds good.
You got clean air, they don't.
Yep.
You know they're going to be fighting up there. Yeah, you got P6 and P7 are about to start fighting right now.
Mm-hmm.
And that's exactly who you want to be fighting right now. Slow each other both up. Hell, if we're lucky enough, they might crash each other out.
Yeah, that's the hope.
Oh, there's one off track.
Fair.
Alright, everyone's still rolling.
Where was that at?
It was the 91 car.
Yeah, was it hairpin though?
No, it was directly like in front of Jake.
Didn't see it.
Yeah. Oh, they're going at it up there. That's good. That's what we want.
Holy shit. What a fucking move. Sorry, Mom. There's definitely gonna be...
That
6
Lambo's
years here.
that Lambo's gonna bite it. I feel he's been driving kind of funky since we started.
I have a great view.
Right. Yeah, you're just far enough away. Just if something really bad goes down, that you might be able to avoid it.
Yeah, I think so.
But with how hard they're fighting there, you're quickly catching up.
Yeah.
Pretty soon you're gonna be in that battle pack, buddy. Brace yourself.
P9's catching me though.
It's fine. They're gonna catch you into this, so.
Yeah.
Yeah, don't worry too much about what's going on behind you right now. There's a lot more pressing issues going on in front of you.
Yep. Gotcha.
One of these guys is gonna bite it, I get the feeling. Just make sure it's not you. There it is, there it is. Oh, okay. Use it, use it. There you go. You got the move pass, you're good.
Good work.
So that, Corey hit that guy. So he might be running with damage now.
Yeah, that looked like a pretty big hit.
Next 3 guys up are for position. Oh, I guess 10 seconds is hard to have to fill. You got P4 and P5 right in front of you. Or, I'm sorry. I don't think that's
I
accurate.
don't know what they are.
Yeah. Yeah, Jake's P6.
Yeah, and you got a buffer to the guy behind.
Yeah, slight one.
Yeah, he's got to pass John to get to you. You're right where you want to be, man.
Oh yeah, I put in a protest for the 35, and he just got drive-through.
Oh, for what?
For that move he put on Jake.
I don't
Oh,
remember.
really? Just now?
Yeah, I threw in a cheeky.
Because of the late move?
Nice.
Yeah, I threw in a cheeky protest, and it worked.
Nice. Why hasn't he come in yet then?
I don't know.
Oh, he doesn't have to serve it right
Saw
away.
the thing. There it is.
No,
At least
it's
I think
not
it
him.
is. Yeah,
It's
394.
Corey. Oh yeah, this is not always the same driver.
That was a.
What did you
pretty nice
protest
move.
it for?
For dive bombing.
Okay. Yeah, that's fair.
I put that it definitely would have been a collision if
We hadn't
our
bailed.
driver didn't. Yeah.
Oh, there you
So
go.
P5.
P5.
Okay.
Don't lose it to the
behind
guy
us.
behind.
Got 8 minutes.
Right. I mean, this is going down right to the wire, too.
The 91 and 77 submitted protests too. I don't know what for, but they were both ahead of us, so there might be more penalties.
Well, there was that whole collision. That Lambo just took out that guy, and, well, I guess there really wouldn't be a reason to protest that. Could be. Could be somebody just being an idiot and trying to protest anything. I spun it, and that guy T-boned me, therefore it's that guy's fault now.
It do be like that sometimes though.
It do be like that sometimes.
It says Mello wrecked.
Oh.
He's back going. He's back going.
I was gonna say, because they're the second place car right now.
Shit. Yeah, they hit. Who was that?
Oh yeah, he. That's the
leader.
racers.
It was out of the
Yeah,
lead.
yeah.
They wrecked for the lead.
It was a net code. It was a net code though. That's a rip.
Yeah. I don't think that'll be a penalty.
No, it's just unfortunate.
Yeah. Wow.
Oh, Brett wants that P5.
Whoa.
Rip. Oh, I'm not watching live. Okay. I was wondering. I was like, I saw Corey go down the order, but he's still in front of you. That was cheeky as hell, Pat.
I didn't mention anything because honestly, I didn't really think they'd penalize them.
Right. You're just like, yeah, let's see what happens. We got instant reports to burn, so there it is.
Yeah, no, and I was sort of upset. So.
What a legend.
Oh, their team manager at Race Control. May I have a word?
I don't think he's gonna get anywhere with it.
It's pretty clear cut, I think.
Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, he did still dive bomb. I mean, it sucks to suck.
Yeah, I mean, you can't say, oh, well, he conceded it. Well, yeah.
Be like, yeah, because we didn't want to die. Okay, you're getting offline, Jake. Just focus. We'll pipe down. You might want to defend this. Oh, you're good. Run it normal.
A little late.
Yeah. I told you to defend it, and it got you kind of on a weird line. Now you're definitely going to have to defend. P2. It's making him think twice about making a move here, though, so that's good. Bought yourself some time. Now he's thinking about that P2 as well, so he's going to be on the back foot here for a second. Run, 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 run. Yeah, you just pulled on him. All right, let's try not get screwed here by this P2. You're good, run it. It's all you, buddy. There you go.
Nice.
There's your window.
He's diving.
Got another following.
No gap, no gap, no gap.
It's okay, it's okay, you're still good.
Another kamikaze though.
He's not taking it. Run it. Run away!
You have an LMP coming on the right.
Here he comes. Holy shit!
Holy
What the
shit,
fuck
dude.
was that? Out of nowhere.
Didn't even break.
What the fuck was that? Who was that?
Pat, if you think that's protestable, I'd send it in.
It definitely is.
Yeah, I'll keep watching Jake. You just figure that out, Pat.
Wow.
Dude, that dude like didn't even like try to brake.
And I somehow half saved it.
Right. Yeah, didn't end up too bad off that besides losing the position.
Yeah.
Wow.
I mean, that's all you needed. Man, that sucks.
I can't believe it didn't like give us a meatball or something.
Right. Yeah, it didn't even look like he took any extra damage. Especially with how hard he got hit. Oh, no, never mind. No, wait, never mind. That's not the wing. I saw the roll bar crinkled up, like how it like goes over the window. I thought that was our spoiler. Man, what a way to lose that. You were really killing it.
Yeah, I was looking forward to holding that.
Right.
I just put LMP kills, no words needed.
He's about to do it again.
The same guy.
Back? Yeah, it's the same fucking guy. Back the fuck up, dude.
Give him a flash.
I don't
Hit
have that
flash.
mapped
How don't you have it mapped?
because I didn't think it was very necessary, and I don't have a lot of buttons on my steering wheel.
It's always necessary.
Yeah, that's the most important button.
But I'm annoyed whenever anyone does it to me. So
Right.
why would I want to do it to someone else?
Right. Don't worry, he'll get his comeuppance.
I think
This man gets a
words
black
speak louder
flag
than
drive-through
words.
penalty in the last lap of the race. Did you submit it?
Yeah.
It's on the inside. You're good? Just gonna take it here. You don't have anybody behind you that you gotta worry about for position, so just worry about getting it home in one piece, man.
Yeah, 5 seconds to them, so it should
Yeah.
be chill.
Unless some freak accident happens up there, I don't think you're gonna catch that 2 seconds up here. Let's run it out. It's the best we can do.
So what happened?
He's going wide. Oh, you might have your window here. Hold on. P5 possible. P5 possible. We had a P2 just completely just obliterate us, and somehow we didn't actually die. But it was pretty bad. We lost P5 for it.
Yeah, it looks like the car has no damage.
Yeah, it didn't even look like it took a scratch.
Like how?
I don't know. That P2 pack just brought him right where you want him.
I keep refreshing because the 158 put a
Hold on.
protest in for
Jake
that.
Jake needs to concentrate on this. He's like right on this dude. If you play your cards right here, if you can get on that gap, you might be able to take him into sunset. That's going to be your one and only shot, I think. Hopefully his P2 takes him into Le Mans. Come on, do it. Do it. Send it. Ah, the one time you didn't send it this race in that corner. Come on, Gary. Ah, man. Good race, though.
Oh, that was something else.
Good freaking race.
Yeah, good job bringing it home.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, fastest
So what
lap
did you get?
for me. on
We
the
got
last lap.
P6.
Alright, not bad. Actually pretty fucking good.
I mean,
Yeah,
considering what we
we're-
had to deal with through this race,
Oh,
Yeah.
I mean, I think P5, we could have gotten P5 if that P2 didn't just murder us.
I mean, honestly, what, 4th was up there too, wasn't he?
Yeah. A little bit unrealistic,
To
I
be
think, to
honest,
get him, but
Cody-
it was possible. Good race, guys. So we brought the car home in P6, had a great race, and we are getting ready now for the Laguna Seca sprint race that is on April 23rd. Thank you if you've made it to the end. Thank you so much for your time. Big thank you again to Retinut Designs and Medinus for helping us make this all happen. And also a big thank you to the VSCA organization for letting us take part in this and giving us a chance to take the fight out to these guys today. Thank you.